We're live, Alexander. Can you hear me, Alexander?
I can hear you
Alexander?
clearly, and I can hear you well, and I'm delighted to be with you again on this further day in this extraordinary period of crisis and war in which we are in.
Okay. You're a little pixelated today, but that's because the internet in London, you were telling me, is a big mess up.
The internet in London has suddenly got completely messed up. I mean, it used to be very good. It used to be much better in London. I used to have the clear internet. Alex had the problems. Now it's the other way around. We're told that it's all because of works that will make it better, but they seem to be taking an incredibly long time. But hopefully they will make it better. And it's also supposed to be fiber optic soon. And I've also got the person ready to lay the cables to me when it's all done, but I don't know how long it's going to be. But I hope people can hear me and can see me, and and it's great to be again on this show.
Is Alexander's sound all right, everybody, or is it a little low?
Yeah,
let me know in the chat if Alexander's sound is okay.
Right.
They're saying it might be a little low. Maybe you might want to just put it up just a touch if you can, Alexander, just a touch.
Not really. I think my microphone.
Oh, sound is fine. Okay, it's all right. Okay, sound is fine. Okay, sounds okay. Okay.
Right, good.
That's cool. Okay. Don't touch anything. You're good. Let's just hope that the picture clears out.
Yeah, I mean, with me especially, if I start touching things, they said they have a habit of turning to dust. So I'm not going to say more.
Yeah, well, slow internet. Increasing gas prices, no sunflower oil anywhere. What's going on in the UK? I thought these sanctions were supposed to hurt Russia.
And reports starting to circulate in London, which I can't confirm. I haven't been driving recently, but apparently some petrol stations are running out of petrol. So, which is new, and the neighbours are now passing round tips about which petrol stations are petrol or not. I think this is probably only a temporary thing, but nonetheless it's interesting that it's happening. And of course all of this in London with this big epic power struggle between Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak. You remember the Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, arch globalist billionaire, married to billionaires, maneuvering last year to overthrow Johnson. Well, of course, what's now happening is with the economic crisis, he's been made the fall guy because he's the finance minister here. And of course, he's Johnson's rival, and Johnson's people in the media are busy spreading stories about all his Rishi Sunak's dodgy tax affairs and his wife's dodgy tax affairs, all kinds of things like this. And one gets the sense that Sunak is being set up as the fall guy for the economic crisis. Nobody here, by the way, and I think this is something I really would say. I mean, you go to the media, the connection between the economic problems we're getting in Britain, which are mounting all the time, and the fact that we're involved in an economic war of attrition with the Russians. Nobody says this. This is hardly acceptable to talk about. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So Sunak and Putin are to blame in the UK.
Sunak's to blame. Putin's to blame. Boris Johnson, of course, is not to blame.
Not at all. Not at all.
Not at all.
What did Boris do? He didn't do anything. He just supported his friend Zelensky. That's it.
Zelensky
made a trip to visit him.
Yeah, absolutely. So, incidentally, speaking of which, the other thing I would say is that today, for the first time in a while, the British media has become much more pessimistic about the war. And there's been a flood of articles appearing. What partly has provoked them is this extraordinary, publication by the the Marine Battalion in Mariupol about how desperate their situation has become and how they feel betrayed by the Ukrainian leadership and how they've run out of food and ammunition and how all the infantry are dead and how the people who are left fighting are just artillery people and even cooks and the band. Anyway, that's been widely published here, which is interesting. But we're getting other things like this. Ukraine's Fire Command faces an urgent tactical dilemma. Several Russian battalions retreated late last month from the Kiev region to Belarus. Some are now making the long journey via Belgorod on the Russian side of the border to redeploy into the southeast of Ukraine. Other units, however, have stayed put. If Kiev moves the bulk of its forces to the Donetsk and Lugansk territories, this would leave the capital exposed to a second Russian surprise attack from Belarus. And then we hear about how that means that the Ukrainians have been forced to keep 70% of their troops, most of their troops, actually much more than 70% of their troops still in Kiev. They can't transfer them east. And we also hear how the Marines in Mariupol also say they feel written off by their commander-in-chief. Notice that they don't mention Zelensky by name here. And this is, again, I'm reading all this from The Guardian. There were chances due to silliness they were not implemented. But as I said, it's not, we don't mention Zelensky as being the commander-in-chief responsible for all the silliness. And there's more and more talk about how the position of the troops, the Ukrainian troops, not just in Mariupol, but in eastern Ukraine, is now becoming increasingly difficult. And as I said, it's quite curious to see how just today there's been a sudden darkening of the mood about Ukraine. Of course, that comes along with further claims of chemical attacks by the Russians, which the British.
Oh, that was ridiculous. That was ridiculous.
I know, but
No,
you know,
no,
it's
was
all
ridiculous.
over the media. But it's all over the media here. I mean, it's all over the media here.
Based off of a Telegram post by an Azov guy. I mean, and what was his complaint? His complaint that he was having respiratory breathing problems. It could have been the coof, for all we know.
Well, indeed, it could very well have been.
Seriously, that was ridiculous.
But you know, it was the headlines here. Liz Truss was talking about serious consequences and all of this. But that was the big story in many of the newspapers. But as I say, if you drill down, as I said, yesterday and today, there's suddenly been a major darkening of the mood about the military situation in Ukraine. And also, we've been hearing more things, by the way, about the state of, arms, weapons transfers. And by the way, it's a really cynical article that I read somewhere, not in the British media, about the fact that the East Europeans have been forced to send all their old Soviet equipment to Ukraine. And that's now almost run out, apparently. And this is really very good for the Western arms manufacturers, because these East European countries now have to replace all these arms, these ex-Soviet arms they've given to Ukraine, with new Western arms, and that's going to cost them a vast amount of money. And this is going to be very good for Raytheon and Boeing and British Aerospace and all these people. So there's actually a very cynical piece about this. And also, however, an admission that many of these Western arms, Western weapons that are not actually really suitable anyway for the kind of war that's been fought in Ukraine, that they're too heavy, that they don't really measure up to the infrastructure, they can't really cross bridges and things. So, we're getting all sorts of things like this starting to appear. And besides that, it would take months to get these weapon systems, heavy weapon systems, ready in any significant form to supply to the Ukrainians, because you have to either make them or refurbish them, and then you train the Ukrainians to use them. So this is not apparently very much an option, despite what was said. So this is you started to see articles about this start to appear, and also a very interesting piece that Ukraine is now running a budget deficit of $7 billion a month. This is on GDP that's apparently halved, and that Ukraine is now facing a critical inflation crisis, a potential hyperinflation crisis. The FT Financial Times is now leading on that, saying that Western donors have been basically asked to bankroll Ukraine to make up all that difference, to presumably provide those $7 billion a month until some kind of political thing is solved. So as I said, it's a sudden darkening of the mood. I mean, you don't find that everywhere. I did see an article, a newscast on Sky News, in which showed how the Ukrainian army is going to advance from Kiev all the way through Belarus to Belgorod and take the Russians from the rear. I'm not making that up. You do still get things like this, but overall, in the more serious newspapers, you're starting to sense a sudden darkening of the mood about the situation. And then all of this is coming with this really very strange trip by Chancellor Nehammer to Moscow. And of course, Putin has now been out and about. He's, by the way, in the Far East now. He's gone to the Amur region. He's at the Vostochny station. Lukashenko is with him. He's been talking a lot about the war, and he doesn't seem to be giving any sign of any retreat on any of his demands and of any of Russia's demands. So I think that, the British have suddenly sensed that things are not going well. I'm talking about the British because obviously I live here. That the things are not going as well in Donbass, in Ukraine, as they've been led to think a week or so ago. And we also get a sense that the economic mood here is continuing to darken.
Yeah. Is my sound okay? Some people are saying
I can hear you clearly.
You can hear me in the chat. Is my I lowered my mic a little bit, so if it was a little loud, it should be okay now.
Yeah.
But okay. Hello to everybody that is watching this live stream on Odyssey, on Rumble, on YouTube. Our awesome locals community, the Duran.locals.com. We've got a good chat going on there. And hello to our moderators, our awesome moderators. I see Spartan Warrior Queen is with us. I see Valley S is with us. I see GEC is with us as well. Who else is moderating this stream? I think that's everybody that's moderating. Lady Cosmica, of course. Lady Cosmica is also with us. GEC 812. Great to have you here. Thank you to our moderators. Thank you to everyone wherever you are watching us from, all over the world. I think we got a global audience from Russia. We've got people from Russia. We've got people from the Philippines and from the USA, of course, and from Greece. Yeah. All right. Cool. From Serbia, from Canada, from Zambia. Awesome. From France. We'll talk about France because the French are hiding. They're hiding some stuff.
Yeah.
Mariupol, South Africa, Germany, Portugal, India, Switzerland, Norway, UK, Thailand, Finland, Serbia, Australia, Scotland, and Ireland. Awesome. Russia, Israel, Singapore, Vienna, Netherlands, Berlin, great, Texas, South Africa, Trinidad, Wales, Burkina Faso, Sweden, Indonesia, Kenya, Lithuania, where else? Hong Kong, and we'll do a couple more. Malaysia, Puerto Rico, Japan, and Denmark. And California, of course.
We are indeed a global audience, which is wonderful,
Germany.
by the way. That is absolutely amazing. And thank you for joining us from wherever you are.
Wow. Iran, Minsk, Spain, Slovenia. All right. So Alexander Putin was speaking.
Yeah.
And he looked very calm. Doesn't seem like he's hysterical. I would say it's the exact opposite as to what we see in the collective West. You talked about Nieheimer and his visit to Moscow. We mentioned in the video they would look to somehow get some sort of Minsk 3, maybe try to con the Russians, maybe sweet talk them into getting some sort of deal because they know that the Zelensky. I'm always about to say Zelensky, but Zelensky. The Z is canceled.
Absolutely. You mustn't use that letter. It's forbidden.
So they know that the Zelensky regime is about to crumble. When it's going to crumble, I don't know. Maybe a week, maybe a month, maybe 2 months. But the writing's on the wall. And when they couldn't get Putin to come to some sort of compromise that would benefit the European Union and probably allow the EU leaders to save some face and not make them look so incompetent. He lashed out at the Kremlin and he gave his warnings. I said they're going to give their warnings, And sure enough,
Yeah.
he gave some warnings to the Kremlin. I think Putin kind of brushed it off. But he was speaking today, and he pretty much said, "We're on course. We're doing fine.
Yeah.
All goals will be accomplished. The
Yeah.
Air Force is doing great."
Yeah.
And he started talking about other stuff that
Yeah.
that Russia is up to. I mean, I don't see much panic
There isn't.
coming out of Russia.
There isn't
I
any
really don't.
panic. And
Yeah.
I'm going to first of all deal with the Nehammer thing, because I'm going to give my own personal view. I think that was intended by the Germans, because it was the Germans who basically were behind it. Of that, I'm absolutely no doubt. I think it was intended to be a secret visit. I don't think there was any intention that this visit would be made public. So I think Nehammer was going to be sent to Moscow as a secret emissary, meet Putin in private. This does happen. It happens quite a lot, by the way. I mean, Kissinger went once to Beijing in secret before Nixon did. Israeli prime ministers used to regularly visit Arab capitals before, at a time when there was a state of war between Israel and all of the Arab states. But I think this is supposed to be a secret visit. I think the expectation was that it would be, that there would be some kind of secret discussions and private discussions and negotiations. What happened was the Russians refused. They said, this has got to be made public. Nehammer came, he met with Putin, and from what I was able to work out on the Financial Times, from a Financial Times report, the expectation was that Nehammer would meet Putin one-to-one, just as Merkel used to do. You remember Merkel and Putin used to meet? Putin, of course, speaks fluent German. And the idea was that they would have a one-to-one discussion. There would be nobody else there. There would be no interpreters, no stenographers, no outsiders listening in. Well, Putin apparently again refused. He insisted on having an interpreter present. That means that there's an official stenographic record of the discussion, which will be shared, obviously, with the Austrians. And I think that meant that any attempt to try to get a secret negotiation going was killed at the outset. So Nehammer comes along. He then has to give this extraordinary explanation of why he went. And, it's all about, we went there, it was an unfriendly visit. We wagged the finger at Putin. We told him, you're a very bad man, you're doing very bad things, all the kind of things, all the kind of threats and warnings that they could have very easily made without sending Nehammer to Moscow. So I think that this was a failed diplomatic initiative. I think it failed to get off the ground even before it started. And of course, Lavrov, the foreign minister, gave this incredibly tough interview to Russian television. I mean, it took absolutely no prisoners. And it looks as if Putin was essentially taking exactly the same line when he met Nehammer in private. And by the way, they didn't even meet in the Kremlin. Putin met Nehammer in Novo-Ogaryovo, which is this residence command center that Putin uses most of the time, which is on Moscow's outskirts. So, they downgraded the visit, not without a meeting in the Kremlin. They had stenographers present. And as I said, there was clearly no meeting of minds, no discussion. If Nehammer went there with any hope of trying to get the Russians to shift, well, he clearly didn't. And I think that this is probably going to go back. He's going to go back to Europe, to Germany. There's going to be more concerns, more discussions, but it's difficult to know what to do. Anyway, that was one big meeting. The other big meeting that happened over the last couple of hours is a virtual summit between Biden and Modi, the Indian Prime Minister. And again, Biden was apparently really pushing hard to get Modi to come out and condemn the Russians. And Modi didn't give an inch. So, in effect, Europeans make an initiative with Russia. The Americans make an initiative with India. And in both cases, the door is slammed in their face.
Yeah. Erdogan also hasn't changed position either.
No. Absolutely.
either.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
absolutely. Absolutely. They've won for the moment in Pakistan. I mean, they
regime
gained,
change. I mean, it wasn't
well,
a
they,
diplomatic win.
no, it wasn't a
Yeah.
diplomatic thing. But as I said, elsewhere, as I said, the door is being slammed in their faces. So, in some ways, I suspect the Indian thing is more significant, because it's clear that the US took India very much for granted, and I think they're really, really dismayed that the Indians are taking the stance they are. And as far as I can tell, it's hardening. And I gather the Indians are very, very angry about the fact that AUKUS is now pressing forward with hypersonic missile developments and things of this kind.
Yeah.
I even read
What
a
happens? What
suggestion.
happens when? Well,
No.
yeah. Go ahead.
I even read a suggestion, which I know Scott Ritter has picked up on as well, that there's now some mumbling talk in Washington that the Blinken, Newland, Sullivan team may be out after the midterms. I don't believe that, by the way.
Yeah, they never leave.
No, they never go. These people will never go. They're always there.
Yeah, they never leave. It doesn't matter if the administration is Democrat, Republican. They're always floating around there.
Yes.
Always.
Yes.
So
Yes.
yeah. What would happen if you get hypersonic missiles in Poland or in Romania?
Well, that is a major problem for the Russians, because obviously hypersonic missiles start to, they change the military landscape in all kinds of ways. I think we are some distance from that point. And from a Russian point of view, it's
Why?
far less dangerous to have them in Poland than it is
But
to
why are
have
we
them in
some
Ukraine.
distance? I agree, but why are we
Yeah,
some
I mean,
distance?
So why are we from some distance? Because the
Yeah.
US still hasn't got hypersonic missiles. It's apparently having some problems developing these hypersonic missiles. Now, I want to stress, these are things that people write to me. I get vast amounts of things, I'm sure, and Alex does too. I read, please be assured, I do read them, but there just isn't the time always to respond to them. But somebody wrote to me to say that the reason the US is having problems with hypersonic missile developments is that it needs special materials to make hypersonic weapons. Of that, I'm no doubt, and that these require particular preparations. And at the moment, the US is behind on those, especially in titanium development. So it could be that this is going to take some time.
Okay. We have a lot of really good questions as well,
Absolutely.
Alexander. But
Yeah.
what's in Mariupol? Who
Well,
is in
this is a
Mariupol?
massive
Can we just all agree that there's French troops there?
I think we can.
I mean, is this become like the worst kept secret?
I think we can. I mean, I should say not just French troops, but British troops.
Well,
again, there was a really rather sad tweet circulating in Britain. In fact, not rather, a very sad tweet of the girlfriend of a British volunteer who's in Mariupol, and apparently she's lost touch with him. It's a girlfriend, apparently. I mean, I haven't seen it, but that's what I hear about this. So there are people in Mariupol, and it overwhelmingly looks as if they're French.
So what's the end game? Macron is calling Putin, like we actually talked about this. Gosh, like 2 weeks ago, I think we maybe even brought this up, or like a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
We got the word that Macron is calling Putin. This was like about a week and a half ago. He's calling Putin again. He's been calling Erdogan. I heard this when I was in Greece, that Macron was calling Erdogan, trying to get a ship over to Mariupol. And sure enough, like 3-4 days later, you had this Mayak. Mayak was what the ship was saying. And they tried to get a dry cargo ship into the port, and it didn't work either.
No.
We've had 8, 9, 10 helicopters, God knows how many.
I know.
What's Putin going to do with these guys?
He's not. I mean, my understanding is that he stopped answering Macron's calls. I mean, I don't know that this is true, but that's apparently what is happening. And I mean, that's what I've heard that is happening. If you go to the Kremlin website, by the way, you'll notice that there's no readout of the meeting with Nehammer, and there's not been any readouts of any discussions with Western leaders for some time. Now, that doesn't mean that these discussions don't happen. Obviously, there was a meeting with Nehammer, for example, but there was no discussion. There's been no indication that Putin has spoken to Macron for several days.
Mayak actually is, I thought it was the readout going around the internet, Alexander, was that Mayak meant maniac, but there were Russian speakers who corrected me. It means beacon or lighthouse.
Same here.
Mayak,
same here. Yeah.
Iduk Gavam, which, and actually when they say Iduk Gavam, which means I'm coming to you, it's formal, but it also can mean you as in plural. In other words, we're coming for all you guys.
Yeah, I know.
So it could, I mean, beacon, or lighthouse, we're coming for all of you.
Yes.
I guess would be the English equivalent that makes sense.
Yes.
So
quite right. Now, I mean, can I just say there's lots of rumors about what's in Mariupol, which I'm not going to get into. I mean, some of them, I have to say, some of them look to me science fiction stuff.
Right.
I mean, I want to say that because
but they're foreign fighters there. I mean,
but there are foreign
50,
fighters,
or more than 50%.
Oh, there's more than exactly. And there's been a lot of discussion about why Macron hasn't been campaigning as much as he should have been in the presidential election, and why he's spending so much time over Ukraine. Well, it possibly could be that he's desperately trying to get these people out, whoever they are. And of course, it does beg a question. What were they doing in Mariupol exactly?
Well, training.
I mean, it would
fighting. Training and fighting.
But why were they?
Did you see the photos, Alexander, of Canadian troops training Azov that came out in Canada?
Well,
they're all over Canada now.
Absolutely. But why weren't they pulled out much sooner? I mean, unless of course, the Russians moved much faster than was anticipated, which it seems to me is likely, actually.
Well,
anyway, whatever.
They were meant to. Either they got stuck.
Yeah.
They were meant to stay there and fight, or they were meant to stay there and give orders and command. I mean, there are some people that saying that factory was actually more of a command center than anything else. I don't know if that's true, but obviously they either got stuck or they were meant to have some sort of participation in this conflict. One of the two.
Yeah. Well, indeed. I have to say, it does increasingly look to me like the second. You remember before the war, they were pulling out all their people, and they said that all their people had been pulled out of Ukraine. Well, it's looking increasingly as if that wasn't the case at all. So that was a deception exercise. I can't say I'm surprised.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously we know that there's foreign fighters there. That's not.
No, I mean, it's indisputable. As I said, I according to the British social media, as I said, there's concerns about. I mean, there's one British fighter that apparently his girlfriend is getting very anxious about. But as I said, I mean, I want to stress, I haven't read the tweet, and I might have got that one wrong, but there's no question at all that there's foreign fighters there.
How are things in the Donbass? They've been working on it for a month. I mean, I find it really interesting that a lot of the Western mainstream media is saying it's going to start any day now. It's going to start any day now. It's been happening. The fighting in the east started from day one. I mean,
it's been happening all the time. It's been the major focus of the battle. But can I just say, the reason they're doing that is because they weren't doing what we were doing on the Duran from the outset. If you look back on all our videos discussing the war, we were saying right from the start, from the outset, that the priority of the Russians was to destroy the Ukrainian army in the Donbass. That was their major focus, and that was where most of the really big, heavy fighting was taking place. The events around Kiev were demonstrative more than anything else. And of course, the Russians are claiming that it was all intended to tie down all these Ukrainian troops. And that article from The Guardian that I just read at the start of the program suggests that most of the Ukrainian troops are still tied down in Kiev because they're worried that, the Russians will just pounce if they sort of move east. So, but the major battle, it has always been in Donbass. Now, there's no doubt at all that there are more and more Russian troops now concentrating around this Ukrainian force. And of course, if you read the media here, there's now growing worry and alarm and fear that these troops are, these Ukrainian troops are now in, increasingly dangerous, even desperate situation. But this is simply the development of what was happening all along and what we've been talking about all along. Now, where are we? As I understand it, the major advances at the moment are coming from the north. The Russian tank forces have been moving south from Izium, and they seem to be approaching steadily and incrementally towards Slavyansk, which is this important town, which was, by the way, the epicenter of much of the fighting in 2014, and which is strongly pro-Russian, by the way, a fact which the Western media never mentions. But anyway, that there's been a major move of the Russians steadily towards Slavyansk, and the Ukrainians are trying to sort of concentrate there. The Ukrainians don't seem to have much ability to engage in maneuver warfare. So what they're trying to do, as far as I can see, and speak as a non-military person, is that they're trying to slow down the Russian advances by throwing up fortifications and building trenches and doing things of this kind. Now, along the Donbass front line, they had many years to do it. They could build concrete posts and bunkers and all sorts of things. They could do that in Mariupol as well, to a great extent. They could turn the Azovstal works into a sort of virtual fortress. But this hurried attempt to build up similar fortifications around Slavyansk may be much more difficult. And I do wonder whether the similarity, the parallel with what's happening around Slavyansk and Kramatorsk may be more with the Battle of Debaltseve in 2015 than with some of the battles in Mariupol and elsewhere that we're seeing now.
Explain that.
Well, in the sense that a Ukrainian force, remember that it was 30,000 Ukrainian troops got encircled in Debaltseve. Apparently, that's about the same number of Ukrainian troops that are being pushed and are trying to consolidate around Slavyansk. Slavyansk is much less defendable than Mariupol is, apparently. And as I said, they will have less time to build up fortifications there. Obviously, it's very difficult to keep 30,000 men, troops, supplied with ammunition, food, all those things, fuel. And if they, once they become surrounded, their position becomes untenable much faster than would have been the case in Mariupol, where the Ukrainians would have been, preparing for something like what has happened. They'd have built up supplies and stores and fortifications and things of that kind, and also in some of the places around the Donbass. So just as the encirclement of the Ukrainian troops in 2015 in Debaltseve made that position untenable very quickly, it could be, I'm not a military expert, I don't have all the intelligence, obviously, but it could be that the same will happen in Slavyansk, that in fact, if they're encircled and bottled up in Slavyansk, their position will become untenable much faster.
Is it me, or are you getting the impression that Putin and Russia is going to take their time to swallow up Ukraine?
I have come to the increasing view, I'm going to say this, I think it's come to the increasing view that those who felt all along that the Russians were intending to press beyond the Dnieper were right. I think that what is happening is that the Russians are grinding down all Ukrainian opposition. I mean, again, you're getting very contradictory information about losses, but, I'm seeing more and more videos of people, Ukrainian soldiers. I mean, Ukrainian losses seem to be extremely high. And can I just say, you've got to be very careful, because a lot of these videos that are circulating, which claim to show burnt out Russian tanks and burnt out, dead Russians, what they really show are actually burnt out Ukrainian tanks and dead Ukrainians. I know this because, I have people like Jacob Dreisen, for example, who make exactly that point, and they're the kind of people who are able to follow these things. But my impression is that the Russians are have created in Donbass, in eastern Ukraine, what is in essence, a sort of, well, I hate the word, but a meat grinder. And they're steadily destroying the Ukrainian army there. And once they've done that, I think that they're not going to stop at the Dnieper, because I think that they've come to the conclusion that negotiations with this Ukrainian government are hopeless, that Zelensky will never make the deal that they were hoping for. The Western powers will never allow him. And that, at the end of the day, if they're going to achieve their objective, they have to go west and resolve the whole of Ukraine. I think that's increasingly my view.
Yeah, I have two comments there. They're not only grinding down Ukraine, it seems to me, but they're grinding down the EU and the US as well. But I think the US not so much. I think they're grinding down the EU. So I think they're going to take their time. They're just piece by piece. They're just going to dismantle. Lavrov said it. They're going to dismantle everything.
Yes,
piece by piece. And when you look at Lavrov and you look at Putin and you hear them speak, they just seem totally calm. As a matter of fact, Putin is just going about his business, doing other stuff. I mean, it's like, we got this conflict in Ukraine going, but I'm also doing, talking about lunar landings and space cooperation with China, and I'm just doing business. It seems he's not so. I mean, I guess it's the hallmark of a good manager, a good administrator, in that I've got people who have the task under control, and that's what they're there for. And I can supervise what's going on, but I trust them, and I can go about my other tasks and duties. And the other comment I'm just going to make is I remember what Scott Ritter said in our live stream, where he talked about taking down that Bandera statue in Lviv. And there is a Bandera statue in Lviv. That Russians aren't going to be happy until you take that thing and tear it down. And I agree with that. I think that the Russian population is going to consider this a victory when that statue comes down.
Absolutely. I completely agree. By the way, and I'm sure you've seen them. I mean, I've been seeing pictures of, the movement of Russian troops through Russia. And, you see all the people in the little towns and villages, and actually bigger towns as well, coming out and waving flags and, cheering their troops on. This isn't something that Putin can ignore. I mean, those people, as you said yesterday when we did our video, these people, and talking about ordinary Russians, they are now very committed to this war, and they will want to see it through. And those people who are coming out and are cheering those soldiers will feel very let down, I suspect, if the Bandera statue is still there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a political. I mean, whether or not Putin understands it, and I'm sure he does. I mean, he's unleashed a political force in Russia itself, which, I mean, he's now riding, but he's got to also understand that it's, if he doesn't ride it carefully, well, he can throw the rider.
Yeah, no, I think it's taking down that statue in Lviv is a political calculus now at this point.
Yes.
I mean, yes, there's the military strategy of it, and that's obviously super important. But this has now become a political decision, because if Putin doesn't accomplish that, then he's gonna take on the political fallout from not being able to accomplish that. I mean, in a way, once again, the collective West, with statements like what Borrell said, that the only way to solve this is through a military means, and we're gonna win, and Sullivan, we're gonna give Ukraine all the weapons they want so they can defeat the Russians, and all these statements on top of the sanctions and everything else that's going on, has taken it to the point where, for Putin on a political level, he has to finish the conflict. Just for the pure politics of it.
I think what people like Borrell, I'm not talking about Sullivan, because I think Sullivan is a neocon, and I think he's one of the strategists, and I think he wants a prolonged war, because I still think he feels he can win it. I mean, I think that's still, the belief that the neocons in Washington have. They still think that in the end they will prevail. That is always their approach. But people like Borrell, I think, don't understand that when they make comments like the one he made about, you know, uh, fighting in Ukraine until victory against Russia, that those comments are widely publicized in Russia. And of course, what they do is that they confirm to the Russian people that the European Union is militantly hostile to them. Now, given that Russia is, a country with powerful armed forces, a long martial history, nuclear weapons, immense resources, talking in this rather glib way, facile way, I think is extremely, I was going to say unwise, but, I'm sure many of our viewers would come in with much stronger words than that. I think it shows how completely delusional, to put it simply, Borrell and people like him are, and how, to an extraordinary extent, what Russians think. And I'm talking not about Putin and Lavrov and people like that. I mean, the Russian population, what they think just doesn't even register with them. I mean, they don't really. They think of Russia as a sort of abstraction. They don't understand that there is a large population there. Which, by the way, just on a minor point, they've just been doing a census, and it turns out that it's bigger, about 2 million more people in Russia than had been realized. But that's another. I don't want to get into that now. But anyway, that there are Russians. Russians have a view, and what he is doing by making those kind of statements is he's hardening those views. Russians by now know all about Borrell. I don't just mean Lavrov and Putin. I mean ordinary Russians. They know all about Borrell. They know also all about Ursula. 6 weeks ago, a year ago, they probably would have struggled to say who these people are. Now they know them, and they think of them rightly as enemies.
These are the people that want to destroy you, and they say as much. That's the problem. Is they come out with the statement saying we want to destroy you.
Absolutely.
And so Russian society sits there and they say, okay, they want to destroy us. They want a war. Well, we'll give them a war.
We'll give them a war.
And it goes back to what I was saying. I think the Kremlin and Russian society is saying, you know what, we'll take it as fast or as slow as we want. They just don't seem like they're in any type of rush or
hurry,
or they're just not
pressure.
stressed about it.
They're not pressured. Exactly.
I don't sense pressure. I could be wrong.
No,
I don't sense pressure.
No, I think that's absolutely right.
We're the exact opposite. I would say the EU and the US.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. I completely agree. Well, that's why, as I said, Nehammer was sent to Moscow, and as I said, that visit was clearly a failure. I mean, they were hoping to find some kind of an off-ramp there, and they couldn't. They found that the Russians are not interested in off-ramps, giving the EU an off-ramp now.
I bet you if Nehammer asked Putin what he wants, what are his terms, I'm sure that the Kremlin said, you know our terms.
No.
It's recognize Crimea, recognize Donetsk and Lugansk, neutrality, demilitarization, denazification. And I bet you the Kremlin also said, you know what else? Kherson and Mariupol and all the area that we have. Well, we would like Zelensky to recognize that as well. I put money on it that they told Nehammer that.
Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised. I wouldn't be at all surprised. I mean,
they're not giving any of that back.
No, they're not giving any of that. I mean, the ruble is now the currency there. The administrative buildings are now flying Russian flags. And by the way, contrary to all those reports earlier, you remember back in March we were seeing these pictures of these little protests in some of these cities. Life seems to be very peaceful in these places. Life goes on as always.
Yeah, and 2 weeks ago we were hearing that Kherson had been recaptured.
I know, absolutely. I know, quite. Yeah, I mean, there was this great offensive.
Ghost of Kiev.
I know exactly. Yeah, I remember. I was reading about it. Absolutely. Yeah, Ghost of Kiev and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the narrative that Kherson was recaptured by the New York Times.
Absolutely.
No less.
I know. Yeah.
And now we're getting video of a city, of a region that's pretty much going back to normal, it seems.
Absolutely,
That's what I'm seeing, but I could be wrong.
The Kherson story, by the way, is perhaps the best example of why you should be incredibly careful before you accept the truth of anything you read in the media, in the Western media, if it's based on Ukrainian sources. I mean, Ukrainian sources are not to be relied on. I've said this all along. We've said this all along, but seems people have very great difficulty understanding this.
Yeah. Tucker Carlson finally understood what drives Russia's economy on his show last night. He finally had that light bulb moment, and he said, "Oh crap! Russia is a country that's very rich and very powerful in commodities and resources. It's not an economy that's the size of Idaho
Timbuktu.
or whatever. Literally, he had a light bulb
Galapagos Islands, exactly. Yeah. Well, that was their major mistake. I mean, that was where they went massively wrong. I think. I mean, we've been saying this for years that all these GDP statistics that they've been throwing around. I mean, they were calamitously wrong. They didn't understand the scale of the economy they were taking on. And can I just say, and I really can I just unpack a little the question of the ruble, because this is an issue that I think is not very well understood.
Okay,
go on.
Just before you do that, I'm just going to relay a story to our viewers with regards to the economy. When we were first doing videos 2-3 years ago, and we were talking about the Russian economy, I remember that Alexander was telling me, the way you were describing this is what you were telling me. You were saying, everyone is misreading the Russian economy and they're trying to put it in GDP terms. Yeah. And you said the Russian economy is like a big, massive wheel.
Yeah.
And once you start to turn that wheel and that wheel starts getting going, it's never going to stop. But it's going to be really hard to turn that wheel and to get it moving. But once it starts to pick up speed, this big, massive wheel is just going to spin and spin, and it's just going to just continue to turn, and it's just going to do incredible things. But I remember you were describing, you said it's going to take a big push to get this big thing going. I think we got the push.
I agree with that. I think we have, actually, because briefly on the topic of the ruble, the thing people don't understand about the ruble is that, of course, it will always be inherently stable, provided people in Russia use it. Now, what they've done with the sanctions is that, why do you need foreign currency? You need foreign currency to buy goods from abroad, or to convert your rubles into dollars and euros in order to buy things from abroad, to travel abroad, to do those sort of things. If you can't import those goods into Russia because you've imposed sanctions on Russia which prevent their export to Russia, if you can't travel either, what do you need foreign currency for? So you're going to hold on to your rubles. I mean, they one part of the sanctions has ended up undermining the other part. The same with debt. If you can't, you're not going to let the Russians pay their debt in foreign currency. Why would the Russians need foreign currency? It's something that I think these people really didn't understand. That ultimately, that one part of the sanctions they've imposed have, in a sense, neutered the other part. Now, what, of course, they've done, though, at the same time, is that they've created big spaces within Russia, in consumer goods industries, in all kinds of industries, which, of course, now industrial groups across Russia will start to fulfill. And that wheel, which you were talking about, will start to turn faster.
Yeah, I agree with you there. It's going to start to turn real fast. And if you go off of what the prime minister said, in about 6 months to a year, is when we're going to see things start to I don't want to say take off, but to start to get going.
Absolutely.
So where are we going to be in 6 months to a year? All right. Let's we got a lot of good questions too. So let's do some questions here. Some good questions on this topic. And Amrit said, President Putin will not compromise the future of Russia. That is why any attempt to turn his decision by the West is wishful thinking only.
Yes.
Russia victory.
Exactly correct point. Perfect.
That's from Amrit. And let's see, we got Pika, who's a new member. We got Shadisar, who's a new member. David S. sent us a super sticker. And GCMMM is a new member to the Duran community. And Heyman says, can Khan make a comeback? Public support is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he can, but don't underestimate the political, structures in Pakistan. Let's say there's an election due in October. Let's say it looks as if, Imran Khan is going to win. The army is basically the military leadership came out against him. There's all the security elements in Pakistan. Are they going to sit by and let it happen? Pakistan has a complex history, military dictatorships, coups, all sorts of things. When you take a step like removing your prime minister in this way that was just done, then of course what you're doing is you're creating a political crisis within your country, which it may be very, very difficult to resolve. And the stronger Imran Khan becomes politically, the more electoral support he gets, the more public support he gets, the higher the stakes for those who removed him.
Raul says, Zero Hedge, Antifa riots in French cities because they didn't like the election results. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. Can I just say something? We did an analysis on the Duran yesterday of the French elections, and I did an analysis on my channel. And by the way, can I say thanks to all the many people who've written to me, especially from France, thanking me and us on the Duran for our analysis. But it's very, very interesting, again, how the mood has changed. When the results were trickling in, we got all the spin in the West that this is a big win for Macron, and Le Pen is in trouble and all of that. And then it's interesting to read this morning, right across the media here in Britain, analyses of the elections, which are much, much closer, to put it mildly, to the analysis that we did here on the Duran, and which begin to grasp the fact that the political center in France is collapsing. I mean, what is left of the political center is now entirely Macron. The establishment parties, the Republicans, the Socialists, they're all imploding. The Greens have made no progress in France. The anti-establishment parties, this is a point which I hadn't grasped, but the anti-establishment parties, or rather the anti-establishment voters, because we don't know what Le Pen is going to do if she becomes president, but the anti-establishment voters on the left and on the right in France, for the first time since the end of the Second World War, outnumber those in the center.
Yeah, the question is what the left will do. What Mélenchon will.
Well, it is entirely what will the left do.
Yeah.
That is the big unanswered question. And the protests, the Antifa protests, are partly intended to put pressure on Mélenchon. That's what they are intended to do. There's going to be massive pressure over the next 2 weeks on Mélenchon to get him to go beyond what he was saying, what he said yesterday, and to get him to come out and say that you should vote for Macron.
Antifa is aligned with Macron.
Yeah, of course they are. Yes. Well, just Antifa was aligned with Biden. Bear that in mind. I mean, these people may call themselves left anarchists, but drill through and see who really they end up supporting.
And they support Azov.
They support Azov, absolutely, yeah.
Well,
if you are old left, which I would say actually is real left, if you were the left that I remember in the 60s.
None of them are traditional liberals. No.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, yeah. No.
Or
they're not John Kennedy. They're not
traditional. Well, absolutely. I mean, if you those people must be the old left that I remember, they must be spinning in their graves.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
No.
Um,
But I'm afraid, don't underestimate the effectiveness of this. I mean, it's not a foregone conclusion that Mélenchon won't crack, and I would say it's more likely than not that he will, and it's more likely than not that the majority of his supporters will end up, because of the labels, in the end voting for Macron, even though they will hate themselves for doing it.
Jamie Lee McFadden said, I am American and lived in Ukraine from 2007 to 2019, and you two are reporting the closest to what I believe is going on. Thank you for doing your best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie Lee. Thank you very much for that. Commando Crossfire Super Sticker, thank you very much for that. Zoran says, love you guys, but your analysis of Serbia is very wrong. Vucic is an absolute Western stooge. He signed a deal with Rio Tinto, and after weeks of protests dealing with police and regime goons, he had to give it up.
I think there is a lot of. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I mean, he's been very skillful at playing both sides essentially, and Putin backs him. I mean, that's the important thing to say at the moment. Now, whether Vucic is actually using Putin, and whether he's really, a reliable friend of Putin, and whether in fact he's just appeasing Serbian feelings, this is something which I think we should have a real program about. And we have our friend Christian Kars in Serbia. Maybe he should join us. But I mean, that's something we need to talk about more deeply and hear what other people from Serbia have to say.
Yeah, regardless what you think of Vucic,
Yeah,
I mean, I don't have a strong leaning one way or another. To be honest, the more I learn, the more I start to form a picture of him. The one thing you have to say is that he knows how to walk that tightrope.
Yes, he does.
I mean, he's skilled at walking that balance so far.
Yes,
of course,
so far.
You never know when he's gonna fall off. But
I agree.
He walks that tightrope. It reminds me a little bit of how Erdogan also walks that tightrope, and how Lukashenko used to walk that tightrope until he got smashed.
Speaking of Lukashenko, he's with Putin again. By the way, they're in the Vostochny Cosmodrome. I mean, he's now become a complete member of the team.
Of course he is. Did he have a choice? Because they tried to regime change him.
You know something? I almost get the sense that he's enjoying it. I think that now that he's put all the attempts to play the two sides off against the other, he's found his natural home, and it's almost a relief to him.
Well, it worked out well for him because not only does he have to play both sides off, but he also has the support of the people as well now. Where if all of this wasn't happening and he chose a side, then he ran the risk of having, certain portions of the population in Belarus going against him. So this actually kind of worked out well for him.
I think
in the end.
Yeah, I think it has.
So Brandon, the new member, says, "Let's go, Nyang Pao." Thank you very much, Brandon, for that. Amrit says, "Russian firm Atomnergomash Kazankompressormash have developed the critical ING equipment compressor pump, ball valve, as well as flow meters. They have replaced a lot of foreign systems since 2019.
Of course they have, and they're going to be doing that more and more. Again, I think people who talk about, the Russians not being able to replace Western technology haven't been very much or very extensively to Russia. Now, Russia has many issues. I mean, it's got managerial problems. There's corruption. There is corruption in Russia. I've never denied it. But if you're talking about skills, expertise, and production capacities, they exist in abundance. What they need sometimes, and I'm going to say, I hope Russians don't get offended. What they sometimes need is a kick up the backside to do it. Oh my God, they've got it.
I don't think are Russians offended?
No, I'm sure they're not.
I don't think so. It's a very English term, isn't it?
It is a very English term. It's a very English term.
Let's see. Calbury, thank you for that super sticker. Chris T, thank you for that super chat. Sanjeva says, One of two. This is one of two. He says, hey, my question is a bit personal. It might not be relevant to the wider Duran community. Sri Lanka has defaulted, temporarily halted on external debt payments. What would be the repercussions for a third world country? And then two of two says, would that affect future loans? They're hoping to go to the IMF. Does that mean austerity, job cuts, reductions in public sector jobs and pay? I'll just give my short answer. Yes, yes, and yes if you go to the IMF.
I'm afraid, ditto. I agree completely with Alex. That's exactly what will happen. And I mean, this is bad news for Sri Lanka. Now, people talk about Russia's default, selective default. They're offering to pay in rubles. And, I've said I don't think it's technically, legally speaking, even a default. And the Russians are now talking increasingly about legal action and legal claims. But the point is, even if you accept it as a default, Russia is self-sufficient. It runs a massive current account surplus, which is increasing. They don't need to worry too much if they find themselves in this kind of situation, because they don't need to borrow. Sri Lanka and so many other countries are in a very, very difficult situation. If they default and they can't raise foreign capital and they can't attract foreign investment, then of course they're in a very, very difficult position. And then unfortunately, the pressure to go to the IMF grows. And of course, you do go to the IMF, all the things that Alex said will happen.
We lived it in Greece.
And we lived it in Greece.
That's exactly what they're going to do.
Absolutely.
Everything that you listed, Sanjeev, is exactly what the IMF is going to call for. Austerity, job cuts, reduction in public sectors, jobs and pay, everything and more.
Everything.
And more. Yeah.
And more. And they want to open up your markets, privatize everything that you can. And you
good point. Privatize everything, open up your market, all of it.
All of the whole package is going to be there.
Yeah. Summer of 1970. Thank you for that super sticker. And Commander Crossfire says Sri Lanka defaulted. Economy is crippled.
Yeah. A beautiful country, by the way. A wonderful country, so I'm told. I've never been there, but I know many people who have. I know somebody who lived there for a long
time. Calio25 says YouTube is not accepting super chats if they are about Putin or the Western stupidity. If you write Putin, it doesn't accept it? That's interesting.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, people need to be aware of that, perhaps.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Kalio. We did not know that. Rich says, I researched a lot about the Russian firms that make advanced semiconductors and advanced lithography equipment. In reality, Russia is ahead in this field than the West. Search about R&D, ISAN, Micron, Nolatech, Connector Optics, and Angstream. I guess those are companies.
I'm sure they are. Look, I can't comment on this. I mean, you have a degree of knowledge of these matters that I don't have. All I will say is people, and I really want to say this again, people who think that Russia cannot make semiconductors that are, the highest quality are, again, not aware of the depth of resources and skills in Russia. If they're not making them, it's either because they've chosen not to, because it's been easier to import them, which is the old policy, which is now going to be changed, or because of major management problems, which they can resolve.
Bakujan just typed in a super chat with Putin. Thank you for that. So thank you for that super chat. And Tim Gibson says, looking forward to Putin's victory speech.
So we all...
The big question is what day? When? That's the question.
When? Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see how everything plays out. Brandon, thank you for that super sticker. Matt Hatter, thank you for that super sticker. And Vladiana says, Alex Alexander, thank you so much for your analysis. Eager to learn about your personal background and studies that led to your interest in geopolitics and history outside the prevailing narrative. Greetings from Riga.
Well, I'll speak quickly for myself. I come from a very political family, a family that was heavily involved in politics in Greece, extending all the way back to the late 19th century. So I have that sort of political background. We were quite well known in Greece for a long time as a political family. And if you, by the way, saw one of Alex's updates recently, he was actually close to things that commemorate my aunt, and I was actually very moved that he was there. So that's partly that. Also, Greece is the cockpit of so much of the political things that go on. It's very difficult if you've lived in Greece, especially if you've been involved in politics in Greece, not to be interested in geopolitics. And then I've also had my, career, my sort of work life, both first as a historian, which is what I did, and then as a lawyer. I developed a great interest in these sort of things and a great knowledge of these sort of things. So I had, the inside knowledge of politics in Greece, and I've had also these career things that have sort of solidified it.
Yeah, Nikolai says the statue at the Acropolis, Alexander's aunt, Melina. Yeah.
Absolutely, yep. That's right.
Right as you enter the Acropolis.
Sorry?
Right there. Right as you enter.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, absolutely, exactly, absolutely. Yeah. Yes.
Right there. Yeah.
Well, she built the Acropolis Museum. I mean,
really?
She built it. She didn't build it. I mean, she was involved. She was very, very much. I mean, I was. I should say I was partly. I played a role in it, a minor one, but anyway. But she was very, very much the person who promoted that particular project. She was a very, very brilliant minister of culture, and a most extraordinary person, if I can say.
Yeah, and Greeks in general, they love to talk about politics. You'll hear them talking politics at the cafes all day long.
In a very sophisticated way. It's very strange that we're so good at talking about politics and so bad at them in practice.
We're good at talking about it. We just don't make good politicians. We don't have good leadership, but we can talk about it. That's true. That's a good point. Thank you for that super chat.
I should quickly add, in terms of Alex, he comes from a diplomatic family as well. So I mean, his father was a diplomat, and so he's got all of that background as well.
I'm just a guy walking the streets with a camera. Let's see. Claudia says, what do you make of Mark Levin of Fox News' his take on the Ukrainian-Russian situation?
I haven't followed him. I think Mark Levin can be very interesting on American politics. I'm skeptical that he's probably good at things like Ukraine. I don't know what Alex thinks.
The last show, I haven't seen a show of his recently, but the last show I heard of his with regards to Ukraine, he's drinking the Kool-Aid. I mean, I don't think there's any. Yeah, you get that neocon tendency always seems to come out of much of Fox News.
Yes,
like these guys were good on they did a lot of good legwork with Russiagate and Ukrainegate, and Levin being a lawyer, he did a lot of good breakdowns with that stuff. When it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to Russia, I mean, it's just full neocon for them.
Absolutely, yes.
It's like they don't believe anything the New York Times or the Washington Post says about Russiagate or Ukrainegate. They debunked all of that. Yeah. But when it comes to Russia, they believe everything. The New York Times and the Washington Post says about that.
Very strange, actually.
Bizarre.
Yeah. Yes, I agree.
And it's not only Fox News. I think you see it across the whole spectrum of analysis, especially from the conservative side of things.
Yes,
and the left as well. I would say liberal, but we go back to the point where I don't even know what liberal is anymore.
No, I don't know what liberal is anymore, but anyway. I mean, they call themselves liberals, so let's call them
that. Commando Crossfire says, the truth is out there. There is a single light of truth, and to brighten it anywhere is to brighten it everywhere. Thank you for your efforts in news. Thank you, Commando Crossfire. Pinyamamba, thank you for 2 super stickers. Chris T says, Azov removed from Mariupol and then distinguished in Donbass solves Zelensky's Azov problem, although he may not know it, or is he waiting for that? And he can then make a proper deal with Putin.
I think that there were people in Moscow at the start of this who thought something along those lines. They said, look, we are able to destroy the Azov battalion and its associated entities in Donbass. If we're able to break the Ukrainian army, then just possibly we'll be able to get Zelensky to come to an agreement with us, and we can sort this thing out politically. I think with every single passing day, that those hopes have gone. And I think last week was the turning point, because the week before in Istanbul, the Ukrainians came along and made some very substantive concessions. I mean, they muddle them up with all sorts of weird conditions and bad language, peculiar language about. But anyway, they accepted they wouldn't be joining NATO. They seem to be accepting restrictions on their military, on exercises in Ukraine, all that kind of thing, on the status of Donbass and on Crimea. And then Johnson telephones them. Biden speaks. US officials get on to Zelensky, and all of those concessions are either retracted or watered down. And I think that has gone down incredibly badly in Moscow. And I think that the view now is that Zelensky simply is not somebody that they can work with anymore. So I think that the impetus has gone from the negotiating process. I think the only reason it continues, the only reason the Russians are bothering to continue with it, is because it gives diplomatic cover to Modi and Xi.
Do you sometimes sit back, Alexander, as you're reading and researching and think to yourself, I can't believe we're about to head into World War III, a possible nuclear war, and the person that's driving this is a comedian, clown actor who wears high heels in music videos?
Yes, I really do find myself thinking that this is a whole crazy situation. Somebody in Washington, in the Oval Office, who frankly isn't all there, on the one hand, and a comedian, a bungling comedian, who gives the impression of being high much of the time, in Kiev, and between them, they're running this whole thing. I mean, it is really, 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 that is the one thing about this conflict, this situation that really scares me.
I mean, Hollywood scriptwriters could not have written crazier characters than the people we have, Ursula and Borrell and Zelensky and Biden and Kamala Harris. I mean, you couldn't make these people up if you gave them to the best scriptwriters.
Well, you couldn't. I mean, again, notice how The Guardian, as I said in that article that I just read about the Mariupol, the Marines, their anger about being let down, how it deletes Zelensky's name from the report, because the commander-in-chief is obviously Zelensky, but they don't want to talk about this. There was an article in the New Statesman, which is neoliberal humanitarian interventionist, ultra in Britain. I mean, Blairite to the nth level. They finally did say that this cult that's been built around Zelensky is dangerous. So some people are beginning to notice it, but then you go into the sort of article itself, and it's hedged around with so many qualifiers and so much fake praise for him that the message is lost. But it does scare me that when we had Khrushchev versus Kennedy in the 60s, these were two real leaders. And Kennedy was an outstanding leader. Burrell, Biden, Johnson. I mean, you do clutch your head with despair. And, Scott Ritter now says, it'll be the Pentagon that'll keep us all from going to smash. Well, heavens help us. I mean, if we have to depend on the Pentagon, I mean, that tells us how really bad the situation is, actually.
And we are. Up until now, we are depending on them.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm sure there's some Greek mythology that's going to be able to explain Zelensky's fall really, really well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Quite sure.
Because they are
try and think of something. Actually, I mean, yes.
Yeah, I think maybe flying too close to the sun or something like that. But they're building him up. So they did it with Avenatti. They do it all the time, but they've really built Zelensky up to mythical.
He's flying far too close to the sun. Exactly.
Let's see. Eric, thank you for that super chat. Brandon, thank you for that super chat. Alex, thank you for that super chat. Jane, thank you for that super sticker. And 72 Virgin Goats says, will Moscow rub Western noses into the dirt for the whole world to witness? Absolute humiliation.
Yes. I think that's where we're moving. They will? I think they will. I think that is exactly what's going to happen. I don't know that was the intention back in February But it seems to me with every single passing day, that's exactly what they're going to do.
Let's see. Cali25 says, "What's the flag on Alex's tea?"
What is the flag on Alex's tea?
This.
Oh, that one. Yours. Yes, that's the Alpha group. That's Alpha.
If let me know in the chat if you want me to bring this back into the shop, because I think we discontinued this, but if you want me to bring it back, let me know.
Yes. Yes.
You
It's
can
a special
explain,
forces.
Alexander, if you want.
It's a Russian special forces unit, which gained an awful lot of fame, legendary status in Russia, because back in 1979 they stormed the presidential palace in Kabul, which was at that time occupied by the Afghan president Hafizullah Amin, who the Russians wanted, and that was a regime change operation by the Soviet Union, I should say. But anyway, he was there. He was entrenched. He had the Alpha people were outnumbered about 5-1 or 10-1 or something absurd. But they were able to capture. They stormed the building, and they were able to capture it. And Amin himself was killed in the process. And the building itself, the presidential palace, is still there in Kabul. It's still burnt out, basically as it was left after this particular affair. And I saw a program actually quite recently in which some of the veterans from that unit actually came back to Kabul and met up with some of the guards who had been involved in that extraordinary fight. And it was striking to see how well they got on.
Interesting. Let's see. Ray, thank you for that super sticker. Commander Crossfire says, "How's the economic war going? Russia, quote, we're going to the moon. We're taking Belarus with us. The EU, quote, we use firewood, bikes to work, food trouble coming. US,
Absolutely.
quote, Russia did it."
No, well, quite. I think you're summing it up. Obviously, it's a little bit exaggerated, but I think you're summing it up very well. I mean, Germany's now talking about rationing energy. But, I always say this about Germany and rationing energy and, German industrial groups coming along and saying this would be a disaster for them and for the German economy. Never forget one thing. These green ministers, Baerbock, Habeck, they don't like industry.
It's true. The Greens.
Yeah, they're Greens.
Yeah. MG says, "I'm from Chechnya, but live in Austria. Here, most of our people are against Russian politics. There are really worrying times. Hope for a quick resolution. Thank you for providing constant updates and news."
I agree. I'm sure that's true. Yeah. I think things will shift. And I think the fact that, as I said, that Nehammer went to Moscow is a sign. But we'll see what it'll take time. But I mean, we are in the early stages of an accelerating economic crisis.
Jamie Lee McFadden says, "You are correct. The translation is 'We are coming for you all.'"
Yes, you're quite right. Yes.
Zachary says, "Ukraine is awash in weapons. After Russia finishes taking the portion of Ukraine it wants, I see a possibility of Azov morphing into a cartel-like organization, similar to some South Central American countries." That's an interesting take.
I think that is an extremely good point. By the way, that's exactly what has happened with some of the, Spanish-speaking cartels that you see in the United States. I mean, there's that El Salvadorian one, which I can never remember, but apparently it's a direct outgrowth of some of the groups that were involved in the El Salvador civil war of the 1980s. When the war ended, these people were there with their guns, and they didn't just melt away; they turned to crime.
You mean
organized crime.
MS-13? Is that
you got it?
Correct?
You got it exactly right. MS-13. MS-13.
Okay,
I mean, MS-13 was founded in the US, but its roots apparently are from people who were involved, as I said, in the El Salvadorian War, and of course, it's most active in El Salvador itself, and it is directly connected to all of that. And the same is true of many of the Colombian cartels as well.
Let's see. Runemo CSGO, thank you for that super sticker. Jamal, thank you for that super sticker. Chris T says, "Russia to take Donbass, move north to Kiev. Large Russian military convoy seen moving towards Gomel. Goes to the southeast corner Belarus and takes Lviv."
So much going on. Thank you. Look, I'm not, I'm not a military strategist. I don't know what the general staff in Moscow is up to. I'm not going to try and anticipate Russian moves. I mean, to the extent that I have been able to in military terms. I think we've got on the Duran, we've got the big picture right. The Donbass was going to be the center of the battle, but the way the Russians conduct this war is something that only they know the whole details of, and I'm not going to try and second guess their plans. But thank you for that very interesting information.
Kadyrov did like an Instagram video. I think it was Instagram, and he said they're going after Kiev. I don't know if he's faking. He may be playing around and trying to fake people out too.
He may be. I don't think he's that kind of a person, actually. To be truthful,
so you think he's serious?
Yeah, I take him very seriously, and I'd say, I mean, first of all, he's been a good administrator in Chechnya, and that's something which people don't mention, very but true. It's absolutely the case. And I mean, he's also now a lieutenant general in the Russian armed forces, and he's probably quite well informed. So I take him very seriously.
Tupac, thank you for that super sticker, and Maurice, thank you for that super sticker. Arts in Wildwood says, thank you both for posting. God bless you. Thank you very much for that. Lechat, thank you for that super sticker. Poppy, thank you for that super sticker. JRCI says, maybe Zelensky sends Azov into the Russians on purpose to destroy them and break their power over him. A lot of people saying that it's a good way to get rid of Azov, to just have them get dismantled in Mariupol.
I thought that myself at one time. As I said, I've become more skeptical, and I have to say something else. I've seen pictures. I mean, I'm sure we've all seen pictures of Zelensky surrounded by his so-called bodyguards. They don't look to me like bodyguards. He looks to me more like somebody who's, they're his guards and he's their prisoner. That's what it looks like more to me.
That's exactly what it looks like.
Yeah.
But what do you think Boris Johnson was saying, though, with that, or just Boris?
Hello, I lost you.
Yeah, does Boris know? Because Boris was in Kiev. What do you think he's saying?
I don't think that? Do you know something? I don't think he actually knows. I have very grave doubts about the quality of intelligence that the British government is actually getting out of Ukraine. And in fact, I got a report that a lot of what the British are getting from Ukraine is actually coming from the Poles. So I think that I don't think Boris understands some of the realities of what's going on in Kiev.
Let's see. Mom and Troll says, take statue down with caliber missiles.
Oh, they can do that. But I think, maybe they want to do it in a more, shall we say, American-style way, the soldiers pulling him down. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at that either. Let's see here. Mr. Huff and Puff says, Russia's goal before May 9, Victory Day, Donbass.
I think that's probably right. I think that I don't know the Russian timetable, and I suspect that the Russians anyway are not going to let themselves get trapped into timetables. I'll give you an example of somebody who did let themselves get trapped into timetable, and it turned out disastrously. And that was Poroshenko, the former Ukrainian president, back in 2014. He wanted to overrun the Donbass before the celebrations of Ukraine's independence, which was, I think, sometime in, well, August. I can't remember exactly. August, exactly.
It's like August 24th.
Whatever, exactly.
21st, yeah.
And the result was that he drove the Ukrainian forces too hard in against the Donbass back in the 2014 fighting, and they all got surrounded and destroyed, and it was a disaster. So I don't think the Russians are going to make that kind of mistake, but I would have thought that they would want to show big progress, or at least significant progress in Donbass before May 9th.
Yeah,
it's be a very interesting celebration, by the way, in Russia when it comes.
Miss Texas G says, China doesn't condemn or sanction Russia. Shanghai is now overwhelmed with a coup outbreak. Any connection? Thoughts?
No, I do think
was
there's a
thinking about
connection,
that.
but what
I
I
was
do
thinking
think,
about that.
yes, I know, well, I mean, there may not be a connection, but I'm going to say one thing straight away, which is that I think that we now see that China's policies on the coup are completely unsustainable. I think the sooner they drop it and start moving towards different policies, the better. Russia has gone completely the other way, and incidence of the coup in Russia has collapsed. Mhm.
Jennifer, thank you for that super sticker. And Tristan says, do you see Greece-U.S. relationship strengthening, UK, Malta, Cyprus strengthening to monitor Russian Navy through the Cyclades, the Cyclades, I guess it's in English, via
Yes,
Istanbul Strait.
Cyclades, we say. Cyclades, let's call it Cyclades. It's
Yeah,
much better.
exactly.
Yeah. I don't think it can strengthen because they're incredibly strong. I think we've got a government in Athens which does exactly what Jeff Pyatt at the embassy tells it to do.
Yeah. And Newland blew up the East Med pipeline as well. So,
I know.
you know, they'll do whatever
Enough
the U.S.
said.
tells them to do.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Multimedia Clip says, finally a place I can call home now. No more unbiased info. I lost 400 subs because I put up Russia videos. I've been looking for a place like this. Yeah.
Thank you.
400
Thank you
subs for Russia videos.
Yeah. You know, talking about this, I think Alex also looks at it from time to time, but there's a site called Russia Beyond the Headlines, which has sort of things about Russian cooking, Russian churches, and it's sort of every so often I sort of glance there, and I noticed that they're now putting all kinds of things. If we're deplatformed, where you can find us. I mean, it is the most innocuous place website that you can find. I mean, if you want to find out, how to cook borscht, that's the place you go. But it's almost exclusively about things like that. So, I mean, this campaign to sort of drive everything Russian off, the internet is just awful and really sinister. And it really astonished me that even, that particular website is now feeling the pressure.
It's childish. Is what it is.
Yeah,
you can't cancel an entire culture.
Yeah. Well, exactly as Alex said at the start of the program, the Russians are calm and we're frenzied.
Yeah, the Russians are calm. Yeah. And when and I remember Boris Johnson last week said something like to the Russian people. He was like, use VPN so you can get the news that's not censored from the Putin regime. And I'm sitting there going, yeah, Boris, but first of all, the Putin regime didn't really censor as much as the Western regime. And you guys did it first. It was the first thing you did was censor everything coming out of Russia. The only thing the Russians did, they just reacted. But the censorship was started and is coming straight from the collective West.
Absolutely. Completely true. I mean, absolutely right.
And free Assange, by the way.
And free Assange, yeah. Well, yes. If you really want to talk about freedom of speech and human rights and all that, then free Assange.
Exactly. Let's see. Sidika, thank you for that super chat. Rob says, a small measure of gratitude to you gentlemen for having attracted such an insightful and considerate audience.
That's also true. And we are very grateful.
Thank you to our moderators.
And our moderators, absolutely. I mean, it is what makes doing these live streams a pleasure.
Moto, thank you for that super chat. Akli says, you mentioned they didn't understand Russia. How much do they understand China?
I don't know. That's a very good question. I mean, I don't have as much knowledge of China, to be honest, as I do of Russia, because, well, I've only been to China once, and I was very, very impressed by what I saw, and also, think the things I, was critical of and didn't like. I say that straightforward. But I mean, certainly, I was astonished by the sheer scale of the place. Whether our friends in Washington and London and Brussels understand China, I doubt it.
Here's a man who understands China. I don't know about China, but here's a man who understands Chile, Mr. Gonzalo Lira. How are you?
Gentlemen, how are you? I just saw your kind email and I hopped on, and I hope I'm not breaking into a good party.
Well,
No, you're not. You're always
Welcome,
welcome, if I may say. Can I also say, by the way, congratulations on your wonderful live stream yesterday with Scott.
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And, the idea of interviewing such fascinating people is something I'm going to continue pursuing. And I'm reaching out to a few people to see if I can make something happen, because it's just so much fun to talk to people who really, really know what they're talking about. It's just such a delight and an education. And so thank you. Thank you so much. So what's on the menu? Are we talking about India?
How are you doing?
And how India is now on the naughty list?
Yeah, what's your viewpoint of everything that's happened in the past couple of days?
Well, I think that that wonderful phrase of Alexander's, the sanctions escalator. I think that India is on that escalator now.
Yeah,
and I think it's absurd. I think it's absolutely ridiculous, because you cannot run a coherent foreign policy of just us or them. You have to be an adult about such relationships and understand that there are issues of national necessity that make it so that India has to have a close relationship with Russia. It can't. They're just so foolish. That's my thinking.
yes.
And clearly, it's just going to drive the Indians into the Russia-China confederacy, and it's going to be to the detriment of the United States. I think that they don't seem to understand that sanctions only work when the country targeted with sanctions is much smaller than yours, or relatively inconsequential in the grand scheme of things.
Yes.
But Russia, India, come on.
Yeah. I agree. I completely agree. I was saying at the start of the program, Gonzalo, that there's been a darkening of the mood here in Britain about the military situation for Ukraine. And you're starting to get an increasing number of articles in the British media, which are basically saying that the things are not going well. After we've been hearing all the enormous successes, and I read from an article in The Guardian, which is, of course, and they were saying that a lot of Ukraine's troops in Kiev, in and around Kiev, are still pinned down there because there's still significant numbers of Russian troops within a striking distance of Kiev. And then there's been this incredible message from the Marines in Mariupol that they feel let down, betrayed by the leadership, that they're down to fighting with their cooks and their artillery people because all their infantrymen are dead, and that they're running out of ammunition and food. Yep. And there's also now admissions for the first time that the situation of the Ukrainian army in Donbass is becoming very critical. So we've seen a sudden darkening of the mood in London. I mean, that's not obviously across the board. Most of the media are still covering, engaging in, the Ukraine marching to victory. And I was telling Alex about the fact that there was even a program I saw on Sky News in which there was a sort of military person, or at least somebody who claimed to be a military commentator. It was quite amazing. He was showing, lines of the Ukrainian advance. They were going to advance right through Belarus into Russia, take Belgorod, and then attack the Russians from the rear. I mean, I fool you not. I actually saw it. I was saying, I'm wondering, and they were talking about this as if this was, this is the real plan that the Ukrainians have. And I was, when you see something as surreal as this, you do wonder sometimes, whether the people who are talking are, fully on planet Earth. But overall, despite, as I said, this, propaganda of success that we're still hearing, there is a sudden darkening of the mood about the military situation, which I've seen. And of course, we've had these extraordinary encounters, Nehammer with Putin, which went incredibly badly, and Modi and Biden, which also went for the Americans incredibly badly too. I have to just leave you very briefly, gentlemen, because I'm just being called. I can hear. We have a delivery, but I won't be a moment. I'll be back.
Okay, so now that Alexander is going away, it's just you and me, Alex. Okay, so about the darkening mood.
Yes.
I think what it is that people are realizing that, this kind of fantasy land that, the Ukrainians were the underdog and they're going to win in the end, kind of like a Marvel movie kind of scenario, is just not going to happen. And the Russians are doing what the Russians do best. They're grinding it out, and they are going to win this thing. And it's not an issue of if, it's when. And the issue, of course, started when they invaded, because for the Russians, this is existential. It's simple as that. And nothing is going to stop them. They're going to go down to the last man to win this thing. And of course, they don't need to go down to the last man. And they have very, very capable equipment, men, leadership, people who know what they're doing. And so they're just going to keep on moving forward and wiping out the Ukrainian armed forces. And to me, the great tragedy of this whole story is the despicable Zelensky regime that is not surrendering. It refuses to surrender, and it will cost the lives of thousands of young men, the flower of a nation, for nothing, for absolutely nothing, because it's inevitable at this point. And I mean, Alex, you tell me, I think that this is one of the most tragic situations in our lifetimes, where we're going to see the complete destruction of a generation of young men in a country that over the years, the decades, has suffered blow after blow. The famines of the 20s and the 30s, then, the Soviet yoke, the destruction of its economy during the 90s, all of these blows. And finally, this coup de grace, it just breaks my heart, to tell you the truth.
Well, they have no reverse gear. That's the problem. I'm not talking about Zelensky. I'm talking about his puppeteers. So
yeah,
they don't care, and they have no reverse gear. So I agree. They're not going to turn back on what they think they can still accomplish. I still believe that the Newlands and the Sullivans and these people believe that they can win this thing, or at least do damage to Russia, so that they can get some sort of outcome that they're looking for. But I mean, I don't know. Did you catch any of Putin's or Lavrov's statements? I asked Alexander, so I'll ask you. Do you get the impression that Putin or Lavrov or many of the higher ups in the Kremlin are stressed or worried or hysterical? I don't get that impression. Do you? I mean, they seem very relaxed and calm.
Steady, confident, men who feel the wind is at their back, that they are in control of the situation, their hands firmly, very firmly on the wheel, or actually not firmly on the wheel, just like that casual drive that you do when you go down the highway and you know exactly where you're going and you're not stressed. And any hiccup along the road is going to be something that you can handle very easily. That's the what I perceived from both Lavrov and Putin. I didn't watch the whole Putin thing. I just caught a glimpse of it, but he didn't seem stressed. And Lavrov, bulldog, he just seemed like a man in charge. And so, Zelensky, on his grand tour, the Kenyan politicians, he wanted to speak to the Kenyan parliament, and Kenyan politicians were asking, why? Why do you want to talk to us? I think that this magical mystery tour of his is kind of ending, and people are no longer, people are moving on, I think, also because people can smell a loser. People can tell when the thing is just not going that way, no matter how much you try to claim otherwise. The other thing I noticed, by the way, was that bizarre press conference that Ursula von der Leyen gave, where Justin Trudeau appeared on a big screen, and she was all excited about rounding up some money for Ukraine. It looked like a TV game show. It looked absurd, and I was like, I have to admit, I was shocked at the clownishness of our leadership. That's clown world. That's all I have to say about that, to tell you the truth.
You're completely right. We actually commented about the abysmal quality of our leadership in the West earlier, but I haven't actually seen that press conference, so maybe I should. But
it's depressing. I mean,
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, and the other thing that about the Austrian.
Can you guys see that image?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Does that look
not
like
that one? No,
I know.
It's literally a game show. It's a game show.
Absolutely.
But do they look like people that are in conflict, in a war zone, that are or that just came back from, say, a certain village outside of Kiev. Is that
Yeah.
the kind of picture that you would
Oh,
imagine?
by
Two
the way, I
people
wanted
coming
to
back from?
bring up that very point. You know about that famous
Mm.
village with the letter B that shall remain unnamed, unfortunately. Well, you know, the next day there was the issue of a missile strike on a train station, and that was
Yeah.
supposed to be the next big scandal until
Yeah.
you know the Italian television station inadvertently broadcast the serial number of
Yeah.
the debris of that missile attack,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
automatically the entire narrative crumbled, and it became quite obvious that it had been the Ukrainian armed forces had fired upon Ukrainian civilians on purpose. And all of a sudden that is gone from the news. It's simply vanished like it had never happened. And
Yes.
the cravenness of the media is just
Yes.
despicable. I can't see anybody looking at them, you know, with any degree of
Yes.
respect.
Yes. Can I just say something about that, Gonzalo? That
Sure.
event, that missile strike that you've mentioned, and I'm choosing my words incredibly carefully.
Yeah, unfortunately.
If it was done by the people that I think, all agree it was almost certainly done by, that is a war crime on a horrific scale.
Mm.
You want to investigate, if you really want to start investigating war crimes, that's the place to start, because all of the indications are that that was an absolutely terrible war crime. All the more so, given that there'd been pictures beforehand of people trying to escape Kramatorsk, given the name of the place, with at the railway station.
It's simply despicable. And
Yeah.
you know, the brutality of one side towards its own people. That's the thing I find remarkable, because unfortunately this is not the only case, and I have seen enough cases of journalists and politicians, and to tell you the truth, the targeting of journalists and politicians and online influencers by the secret police of this regime, it's understandable. Okay, it's not something that, you know, I endorse, obviously not, on the contrary, but it's understandable. You know, you have a guy who is making your life difficult and you target him. Okay.
Yes.
But hurting harmless civilians who've done no one any harm, that is just evil as far as I'm concerned. And you look at the people around this regime, this fellow Arestovich, I don't know if you have heard him.
Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just psychopathic. Yeah. The other thing I wanted to, if you don't, gentlemen, don't mind, just pivoting a little bit, a story I heard in the Times about reshuffling in the FSB. I don't know if you gentlemen saw that story.
Yeah, we heard lots about this. Yeah, it's been all over the media here. I would be a little careful, because the sourcing doesn't look to me hugely strong. I'm not saying that it hasn't happened. I'll just be a little bit careful of that story. There are lots of wild stories. I mean, only this morning, I was reading again in the British media how Putin is hiding in a bunker in Moscow, and this was just as he was, landing in, Vostochny and in Amur province with Lukashenko with him. So you get lots of misinformation, and I've read about a whole lot of articles. I can't remember how many, saying that Nabulina, the head of the central bank, had resigned, including two that were published on the day that she was reappointed for a renewed term. So I'm not saying that story is wrong. All I'm saying is just be a little careful, because it may be true. I think that's a little bit more plausible than some of the others, but nonetheless, be a little careful. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, because the article said that I think it was called the fifth section, which is as I understood it, is a section dedicated to monitoring the relations between Russia and the former republics of the Soviet Union, and that this section was actually implemented by Putin in '98 when he was the head of the FSB, and so of course he would have an eye on that group. I mean, he would know the people there and so forth. And the story was on the Times, and the thing that kind of like made me go, oof, I don't really know if I believe this, was the fact that it was sourced by Bellingcat, which, as people might know, is, for all intents and purposes, a CIA front of misinformation. I mean, Alexander, would you characterize it as that? I mean, I don't even know
I don't
exactly
know.
what
I mean,
Bellingcat
you know, I
is.
should say I've had battles with them. Not many, and not to any great extent. But they always insist to me that they have absolutely, and to insist to everybody, by the way, that they have no connections with any intelligence agency. And whenever I hear that, I'm always reminded of my famous phrase, which I often make when I'm told something, which is that, you know, you can believe that, and if so, I have a bridge to sell you,
Yeah.
because I find it very difficult to believe that they
Yeah.
get all this information through open sources. But anyway, that's what they say. But regardless, I personally place no weight at all on anything Bellingcat says. That's what I get to say about them.
Well, that sort of like brings up the fact that the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, whenever they say something, it's true.
Yeah.
And when you know something doesn't go their way, they don't mention it. You know, so that at least is, I think, is a smart way to deal with this situation, because that way people know that when you say something, you mean it.
Yeah.
But Bellingcat, you know, when the name comes up, you're like, oh, I don't know if I believe it.
Yeah.
The other group,
That's
by the
exactly
way,
my
kind
view.
of like a heads up. I don't know if you've heard of a movement called open source intelligence. It was basically
Onyx. Is this Onyx?
no, OSINT.
OSINT. Okay,
source.
right. Okay.
Yeah, and well, they seem to have been co-opted by Western intelligence services. It was basically started as a group of just, you know, random people, some involved in intelligence and some just randoms who just dug up into things, you know.
Yeah.
But it's clear that they become co-opted by Western intelligence services, and now they're just a propaganda arm, which is a pity, because they're using the fact that they're open source intelligence to paint a fictitious picture of reality, you know, to push quote unquote intelligence, which is really just propaganda, but it uses the aegis of open source intelligence as if it's kind of like a DIY kind of like people are actually looking for stuff, you know, which is a real shame. But that seems to be the case. That the West seems more hell-bent on telling lies than actually trying to prove any point, you know. It's very depressing.
It's absolutely true. I agree.
It's almost like they one of their fallback plans is to say, you know what, we know that Russia's going to win this, whatever that means, whatever Putin decides victory is, it's going to happen. And it's almost like they're saying, if we can't get an insurgency going, a good long-term insurgency, kind of like Afghanistan, I'm saying what's going on in their minds, then at least let's break the country as best we can, and let's destroy the country as best we can by keeping this illusion that the Putin government's in disarray, the Kremlin's in disarray, everything's falling apart, and Ukraine is winning, so that when Russia does decide to declare victory, they end up with a very, very broken neighbor to the south, and they're going to have to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, I think there is some truth to this. I would quickly add, though, before we just discuss that, because it's an important point, but you know, what is indisputable is that NBC has now published an article based on information from intelligence officers in which they quite openly admit that a lot of the information that's being publicized by the intelligence community is unreliable. So I don't think we should place any weight on much of this. But I mean, you know, I think that let's get back to Alex's point, because I think that is a very serious point, because this is very much, it seems to me, the neocon playbook. You launch a war. If you don't achieve your objectives, you fall back on your ultimate last plan B, plan Z, if you like, which is that you leave a trail of destruction behind you, and you leave the other side to pick up the pieces, and that's going to put the other side in a very difficult position. We already see that with Afghanistan, and of course we could very, very easily see it in Ukraine in a much bigger form. I'm going to make my own observation about this. I think that is indeed the plan. I think it is completely going to fail. And I think you mustn't make the mistake of thinking that Ukraine and Afghanistan are anything like the same sort of places. Firstly, and here I do have actual knowledge. I mean, when I say actual knowledge, I mean direct experience from my sort of work before, as a sort of doing industrial law and things of this kind, which is that if you actually smash up a factory during a war, it is actually incredibly easy to rebuild that factory. It's much harder to rebuild residential places, but industrial facilities can be restored and brought back into production at extraordinary speeds. People realized that, by the way, for the first time during the Second World War. And the same is true to this day. It's a misconception that destroying the major industrial plants and infrastructure, or knocking down bridges or destroying dams, is going to be a problem. On the contrary, the effort to rebuild, what it actually does is it causes a major surge in economic growth. Because you're rebuilding plants, you're rebuilding dams, you've got all the expertise to do it. It's easy to do because, it's always easier to rebuild what was already there and that kind of thing. And what actually happens is that it leads to an acceleration, firstly, of industrial and manufacturing growth, and then through that of taxes. And ultimately, you get very rapidly into a virtuous cycle. You saw that in Europe, by the way, to a great extent after the Second World War. You even saw that. You saw that in the Soviet Union as well, by the way. So it's not. It's a I think the neocons perhaps are looking at what they did in the Middle East, which are very different societies, far less industrialized, far less developed than a place like Ukraine. And I think that they are wrong if they think that they can create a desert in Ukraine. They will be wrong about that. And of course, Ukraine is so rich in resources that developing those resources will bear fruit actually quite quickly. So that's all I wanted to say about this. But I think that Alex is right. I think that is probably the ultimate plan. Bog the Russians down, create some kind of insurgency for them. If you can't achieve that, destroy the place, leave a desert, and that will cause the Russians to have, to invest resources and things like that, and that will put them under stress. The reality is it will end up doing the opposite.
Yeah. Yesterday when I was talking to Scott, and by the way, I should say publicly that it was you, gentlemen, who put me in touch with Scott. And thank you so much, because he's just a wonderful person to be talking to about these issues. And so my thanks. And in that conversation, I asked specifically about this issue. And he was of the notion that culturally, the abundance of trust among family groups in the Middle Eastern societies where insurgencies were effective is what led to those insurgencies being effective. Whereas in Ukraine, you don't have those bonds, those familial bonds, those tribal bonds. And so it makes it that much easier to neutralize those insurgent groups. And Scott was also of the opinion that Ukraine has, over the decades, in different opportunities during the Nazi regime, during the Soviet Union regime, they tried to form insurgencies and they were all crushed. So they don't really have much success on that front.
No.
Whereas that was his point of view. Whereas my point of view is a little bit different. My thinking is that the people who would lead an insurgency are currently in the Zelensky regime. And the Russians know who those people are. And as soon as this is over, one way or the other, the Russians are going to go looking for them and to capture them and try them and convict them of whatever crimes they have been guilty of, which I'm sure are limitless, right? But my point is that the people who would be the leaders of any kind of insurgency will be wanted men whom the Russians will know exactly who they are and will be looking for them actively. And so they will not be able to form any kind of organized resistance that the neocons seem to desire, as they realize, of course, that this effort of a NATO versus Russia war is collapsing right around them.
Yes. I agree with you about this. I think that the Russians would have an extremely good idea of who it is that they'd be up against in the event of an insurgency war. And to be straightforward about it, I think some of these people probably are very ruthless, very determined, the kind of people who might be effective in operating or running some kind of terrorist campaign. But I don't think this would continue for very long. That's
No,
my
no.
personal.
Was it on your stream? I think it was Gonzalo, where Scott
Yeah.
said that NATO is completely ill prepared for a war with Russia.
Oh
Yes.
yeah,
Yes,
I was
okay,
really
yeah.
surprised by that.
Right.
Because
Yes.
you have this conception that NATO is a very powerful, very muscular
Yeah.
organization, and Scott started breaking it down, and basically said,
Yeah.
"Look, NATO just has light infantry in
Yes.
in Western Europe,
Yes.
and being able to bring about the kind of force necessary, especially for large scale maneuver warfare and combined
Yeah.
arms, is something
Yeah.
that NATO, the United States, has not engaged in
No.
decades." And so he was telling me that at best it would take them 2 to 3 years to gear up to be able to have such a war with Russia.
Yeah.
And the current flow of things, 2 to 3 years is an eternity. And
Yes.
so I was really shocked when he said
Yes.
that,
Yes.
because I had this completely erroneous perception that, somewhere in Georgia or Southern California or somewhere in the States, there are these, massive divisions, armored divisions, ready to roll and ready to be deployed wherever. And Scott Ritter was saying basically no, and that the Russians would have the upper hand. I don't want to mischaracterize Scott, and so please be so kind as to watch the stream. But it seemed he was very reluctant to state out loud, which is what he seemed to be implying, which was NATO and the United States do not have what it takes to face the Russians right now, not in the face of what they are seeing right now.
Yes.
And that was kind of shocking. And it also put into context the way Poland, of all countries, is going a little hysterical. All of a sudden, you start to realize that they're going a little hysterical, probably out of fear, because they're going a little bit overboard and just lashing out at Hungary, lashing out at everyone, in this kind of like hysterical attitude. I mean, diplomatically hysterical, but you know what I'm saying.
I do absolutely understand what you're saying. And by the way, I can't speak for every NATO army, but I read somewhere, and this is very recent, I mean, this is before the war, that the British Army today has about 20,000 combat troops. That's the total number of combat troops that the British Army has. And bear in mind, Britain has one of the strongest militaries in NATO. I mean, after the United States. The United States essentially accounts for 80% of it. But if you're talking about the European members of NATO, the only two that have significantly effective armed forces are reckoned to be Britain and France. Well, 20,000 combat troops doesn't seem very impressive when you're looking at a war in Ukraine where there are hundreds of thousands of men fighting on both sides. And I think that is true. And by the way, I think this also, and it was a point I made, perhaps not very well, on our own live stream with Scott. When you have an army that is as small as that, 20,000 men, then of course what happens is that you start to think tactically rather than strategically. And I think a lot of the commentaries that you're getting in Britain from ex-military people about the war in Ukraine are basically from people whose knowledge of war is from what you might call, I'm taking words that I hardly know, but I've read small unit tactics, battalion level tactics. The vast movements of forces over long distances, strategies to encircle and envelop, and the doing of feints and distractions and things like that. The Americans understand that still because they still got large armed forces. I think in Britain we did understand that well 20, 30 years ago. I think we've lost a lot of that knowledge or understanding today. And I think, we would fight today. What we know how to fight is a major's war, a colonel's war, not a marshal's or a general's war. If you understand the point I'm making.
Yeah, and I think that
and
you're
I
absolutely right.
the other thing I'm hearing, and this is not so much from Britain, but the Ukrainians coming along and saying, we want weapons, need lots of weapons, we need hundreds of tanks, we need hundreds of infantry fighting vehicles. NATO doesn't have hundreds of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles to give away. I mean, we are very stripped down about that. I mean, apparently the German army has 200 tanks in total. Well, the Russians claim that they've destroyed more than 2,000 tanks and armored vehicles in Ukraine over the last few weeks.
Yeah,
it's and I believe those figures, by the way. I think those figures are accurate. I mean, I've got good reason to think that they're accurate. So we are punching with a very, very light weight in terms of NATO and Europe at the moment. And of course, the US has the resources. It could build up its tank armies. It could, rebuild its forces in Europe. It could do all of those things. But of course, it's now got to think about the other front that it's facing, which is in the Pacific. And of course, it's got a huge Chinese naval program, which is picking up speed all the time. And they've got, it seems to me, to decide on their priorities, because again, and this is something that, I know from Russians, what the Russians often tell me is, the thing that really ultimately broke the Soviet Union was that they were basically in a two-front war. They were facing a two-front war. They were having to face down NATO in Europe, and they had to keep 1 million men on the Chinese border. And this was impossible. It was unsustainable, and it drained them of resources, and they couldn't keep it up. Well, the United States has many more resources than the Soviet Union did, but against that, it's got a far more powerful China than the China that the Soviet Union faced. And of course, the Russian military is coming back too. I've done program after program about this. Sooner or later, the US is going to face a commitments crisis. And if it's going to start building up tank armies in Europe, it's going to bring on that commitments crisis even faster than before. And of course, the only way it could do that would be by militarizing its economy, which comes up, results in all sorts of enormous economic problems down the line.
Yeah, well, the first thing I wanted to say about what you were saying is that you're absolutely right on the issue that the European and also the American armed forces, quite frankly, are not used to, as you described it, the wars of the marshals. They're used to the wars of the colonels and lieutenant colonels. The small arms tactical battles. And that's why they cared so much about the fact that the Russians would take territory and then leave it. And they'd say, "Oh, the Russians are losing," and they didn't have the imagination for the big picture war that the Russians clearly have.
Yes.
And so I completely agree with that point. And it's precisely as you say, because they shrunk their armed forces. Because in a realistic sense, for decades, it wasn't really necessary to have such a big army. And they screwed up this peace all on their own. It wasn't the Russians who screwed it up. It was the West. But my thinking is that, see, in the Second World War, the United States could fairly rapidly gear up in terms of equipment production, tanks, ships, what have you. But current technology is such that all of that takes a great deal of time because of the electronic factor. It's just not something that can be done from one day to the next, not even in a year's time. You're talking 5 years. It takes a long, long time to gear up. And so any kind of, if you're talking about 3 years to build up an army, the war is going to be over by then. So I think that's, and so I'm going to float something and you tell me if you disagree or not. or if you agree. But I prefer you disagree, because that way I could reveal weaknesses in my thinking. But I'm thinking the following. The United States has a two-front war. It has the European theater with the Russians and the Chinese theater, which is about to become a hot war within the next 18 months, probably sooner, but let's just posit 18 months. Now, the Russians are about to inflict a horrifying defeat on the Ukrainian armed forces. I suspect, and this is my thinking, that media coverage of Ukraine will drop off to nothing after this this collapse of the Ukrainian armed forces. They're just going to like pivot to something completely different and ignore it, and start talking about China, 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 and just ignore Ukraine like, you know, the wretched stepchild in a Brothers Grimm story. You know what I mean? Because once the Ukrainian army is hopefully captured, that's what I hope. Let's pray it's not destroyed, but either way, it's going to lose. I think that the Western media, the Western governments, everybody's simply going to turn away and look away, because they know that they cannot affect the outcome, and just to dwell on it will just highlight their own, not merely insecurities, but also their deficiencies, their inability to face up to the Russians. And so I think that the European establishment and the American establishment, everybody's just going to turn away from this whole situation, just ignore it, just like sweep it under the rug. And I think it's going to happen with remarkable speed. I'm talking in the next month, that they're just going to switch it off. And the news and everything, they're not going to talk about it once it's clear that Russian victory is inevitable. What do you think of that possibility?
Real quick, Alexander Gonzalo, according to Google, the UK has 153,000 active military personnel.
Yeah, but that's the entire military system. I'm talking about combat troops, which is a very different thing, because you know, I mean, combat. You know, the actual infantry that can, you know, go out and do fighting. So, and by the way, just to also say something else. Now, I've heard this in private. There are actually more people working in the Ministry of Defence, apparently, than there are actual infantry in the British Army, which, if it's true, I find that really shocking. But I have actually been told that. So I
just want to make sure that
I know I'm well aware, but I was very, very careful to say combat troops, not the, you know, the totality of the British Army and of course the British Armed Forces. So that's the first thing I wanted. That is what I wanted to say. Now, coming back to Gonzalo's point, I think there was also an article on Zero Hedge actually earlier about the fact that media coverage is declining, and I'm sure that is true. But I'm going to actually take issue with you to some extent, actually, Gonzalo, because I don't think they can just walk away from Ukraine. I don't think they can just say to themselves, Ukraine is, you know, yesterday's story. China's the next one. We got to focus all our energies on Ukraine, on China, because, you know, Ukraine really isn't that important. Because this is where expanding NATO in the way that they've done has been a major problem. Now, Britain perhaps isn't too worried about, you know, ditching Ukraine. I mean, objectively, we're not in great danger if, you know, Russia is once again flying its flag in Kiev. It doesn't affect us directly. Germany maybe a little more, France maybe, but Poland, the Baltic states, the East European states, for them, what goes on in the Pacific is far away. What the Russians are doing on their doorstep is the matter of great concern. So you're going to have push-pull. You're going to have these people in Eastern Europe. They're going to be coming along. They're going to be saying to Washington, you can't abandon us. You've led us into this conflict with the Russians. If you just pull away, we're going to be in real big crisis. You've got to remain firm in your commitments to us. And I think that it's going to be very difficult for the US just to turn around and basically say to these people, well, look, we can't help you anymore. You must look to your own defense. So I think that may be what they want to do, but they can't do it.
Well, here I think is where you and I disagree. Of course, in a very friendly way, because I agree with you absolutely that the Poles would freak out if there's a decisive, clear Russian conquest of Ukraine, because they'd figure their number is next. That's what they'd be thinking. But here is where I would, of course, with the deepest respect and affection, but I would completely disagree with you. I believe that Washington would just turn its back on Poland and any other nervous Eastern European ally and just say China, 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 and just studiously ignore and forget Russia and Ukraine. I mean, because I think that that's the kind of people who are leading the United States at this time.
Well, I'm not sure it'd be quite so straightforward, Gonzalo. But let's agree to disagree on that. But I will make two observations. Firstly, if you are right, then it reinforces a point which I've been making for years, which is that the East European countries have their folly would be exposed, because what they've done is that they have antagonized Russia, which is by far the most powerful country in their neighborhood, in reliance upon a security guarantee of a country, the United States, which is far away and has global interests and might one day decide that it's less interested in protecting these East European states than it is in dealing with its other more pressing global interests, which are in the Pacific. So it would have exposed the folly of governments in Warsaw, in the Baltic states, in Bucharest, wherever, and it would have shown the wisdom of other governments there, like the one in Hungary, which on the contrary did pursue very successfully a policy of friendship with Russia. That's one thing I wanted to say. The other thing is, of course, your point plays directly to a very interesting debate that was taking place in the spring of last year as the new administration took office. And as I very well remember, because I was reading all these interesting articles in places like, the Atlantic Council's website and wherever, there was a debate going on. And there were some people who were saying, the great danger to us is China. We need to come to some kind of understanding with the Russians. We need to be prepared to make some concessions to the Russians, because we can't afford a war on two fronts. And the way we do that is we, accept that the Russians have real concerns and we try to address them to the extent that we can. And then there was the counter view, which I also remember reading in all these awful journals, and they really are dreadful journals, by the way, which was saying, we can't obviously afford a war on two fronts. So what we're going to do is we can't make any concessions to the Russians. That's impossible. That's absolutely out of the question. We break them instead. We pile on the pressure. We find all their weak points in their economy. We smash them, and then we isolate China, and then we go after China. And ultimately, and entirely predictably, it was the second group that won through.
Alex, what do you think of this very friendly debate with Alexander? Do you think that the Americans will support Eastern Europe, or will they turn their backs on Eastern Europe and focus on China?
No, I mean, if you go by what they've done to Hungary, for example, I think it's not a stretch to say that the United States could easily start to demonize any Eastern European country, any country in Europe. I mean, I don't think that's a stretch to see it. The only comment that I will make is that anything that takes away the focus from Russia and moves it on to China, or the next new thing, like they're calling it, has to have an economic component. Because people are not going to forget the economic fallout from all of this, including in the United States. And when inflation starts to really hit, prices really go up, the energy crisis gets worse, people are going to remember that all of this was done because of sanctions against Russia. I mean, Putin's price hikes, right? That's their marketing trick.
I can't believe they came up with that.
That's their slogan. So for them to pivot away from Putin price hikes and go to something else, they're going to need the next new thing. Is it going to be another coup? Is it going to be another pandemic? Is it going to be China? what is it going to be that's going to also provide the economic collapse cover? That's what they're going to need. Something, because when you look at Ukraine and you look at the pandemic, yeah, they're two different things. One you could say is healthcare, and there's a healthcare kind of crisis, while the other is a war. But the economic connection, the bridge from one to the other, I mean, it's there. I mean, you could easily pass off. You can easily forget what happened 2 years ago, last year, and what happened for 2 years. You can forget about lockdowns, forget about it all. It didn't happen. Now it's Putin's price hike. So forget about the fact that we closed the economy down. Forget about the fact that we, fired people because they didn't get jobs. Forget it all. It didn't happen. All of this is Putin's fault. So the next thing, Gonzalo and Alexander, is going to have to be something where they can carry it over on the economic front so that they can tell people, war in Ukraine? What war in Ukraine? What are you talking about? All of this inflation and all of this is because of China, or is because of this new disease or something. I mean, they have to keep that economic collapse bridge. That's my point. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
I mean, Alexander, from what Alex is saying, which is completely coherent and accurate, it's just clown world. It is
clown world. Yeah.
My God, this is what collapse of empire looks like.
Yeah. Empires collapse. I mean, this is Paul Kennedy's famous book. I can't remember the fall of great powers or whatever it is. The one that he wrote at the end of the 80s. Great powers collapse when they become overextended. And the thing about great powers is that they can always, in theory, retrench. I mean, that's what they could, in theory, do. They could say to themselves, well, we can't be strong everywhere. We got to start prioritizing. We can pull back. We can look after our core. Our core interests. We can start reconsidering our home base. Those options, in theory, are always there. But the trouble with empires, and the US is no exception, is that, of course, whenever you try and do that, you run into all of the special interests that are invested in every single, place on the periphery of the empire, and who insist that you can't pull back, because if you do, you're going to get yourself into all kinds of, going to lose credibility. That's one of the things they always come up with, or we're going to lose influence or something of that. So ultimately, instead of retrenching, and this is, I think, pretty much an iron rule of all empires, they actually, on the contrary, try and hold on everywhere with fewer and fewer resources, sometimes taking ever more reckless risks, until eventually the whole thing breaks up and collapses all around them. By the way, just to say, the British Empire, its fastest period of expansion happened after Britain itself passed its economic peak. It's a fact people don't know, but it reached its ultimate limits in the 1920s. I mean, it's in fact, the more it became clear that things were going wrong, the more London was sort of expanding wherever it possibly could. And the other country, which I think is even more characteristic of this, is Spain in the 17th century, where again there was widespread understanding in Madrid. I did quite a lot of Spanish history at one time, that period. They had a very, very able, rather very brilliant, but rather erratic prime minister, whom I'm sure you've heard of, Gonzalo, the Count Duke of Olivares. Anyway, they understood that they were committed too many places at once in early 17th century Spain. But whenever anybody came up and said, look, we've got to start retrenching, we've got to start thinking, do we really want to be in the Netherlands? Do we really want to be in Germany? Do we really want to get involved in the 30 Years' War? Everybody would come along. There'd be people come along and say, well, look, we can't pull back. That would be a betrayal of Spain, what Spain represents. And of course, they pressed on, they kept everywhere, and it all imploded.
Yeah, I noticed this in the early 2000s in Chile, because near where I lived on a street called Nueva Costanera, which is right by the Mapocho River in Santiago, the Americans started building a new embassy. Now, they had an embassy downtown. This was like uptown near the financial center. And the piece of land that they bought was incredibly expensive. But downtown, they'd had literally, it was like a townhouse, very discreet. It was actually something that if you passed it by, you wouldn't even notice it.
Yeah.
And of course, it was large enough for a fully functioning embassy, but it was not outlandishly large, considering the amount of trade going on between the United States and Chile. I mean, Chile is a third-tier nation at best, and I'm from Chile, so I know what I'm talking about. And they had an embassy that was commensurate with that up until the early 2000s, when they purchased this exceptionally expensive piece of land, and they decided to build a bunker. I mean, it's extraordinary. It is huge, enormous, very grandiose, very expensive. Everything sheathed in expensive marble, like green marble and red granite. Just incredibly expensive. I mean, I went there for different reasons, and I was always stunned by the opulence and the clear expense of it for a country that was, frankly, not that big of a deal insofar as the United States is concerned. But it was like an imperial outpost. I also went to the American embassy in Kiev, and I didn't notice that kind of opulence, but it was just grandiose, and just a lot of land and a lot of concrete and steel and security. An imperial outpost. And I think that's what when you talk about that, and you talk, of course, the famously the embassy in Iraq, in Baghdad, which is supposed to be a city within the city, the whole green zone. And so the American empire overextended itself, and now it realizes that it doesn't have the muscle to back up that overextension.
Yes.
That's my thinking.
Well, by the way, on the subject of American embassies, we're going through exactly the same pattern in London. There is a huge American embassy in Grosvenor Square in Mayfair, which is enormous, a massive hulking thing built in the 60s. And one of the most beautiful squares in London, which was completely disfigured when they built it. Well, now they're going to move from that, and they're building an even bigger one somewhere else. I mean, a much bigger one.
Why?
And when you see why exactly? When you see the size of the original, it's intimidating already. And I mean, one does wonder what the new one is going to be. I mean, it's going to be simply enormous, apparently. And why? What is the need for all of this?
Well, it just breaks my heart. On the one hand, I have to admit that I'm terribly excited about the next couple of years, because we are in the process of world historical events that are going to be written about and discussed for decades to come, because this really is the end of an empire and the redefinition of the entire geopolitical architecture. This is just, we're starting all new. And I think the results are going to be shocking to a lot of people. Because I don't think that the Chinese, I think that the Chinese are going to win against the Americans, but they're not going to come out like, waving their flag on high. I think it's going to cost them quite a bit. And I think of all people, the Russians are going to be the ones who come out the best of this entire global conflict. Because do you gentlemen agree with me that we are now in a global crisis, and this Ukraine situation is just the first opening stage of this global crisis?
Indisputably. I mean, look at what has just happened in Pakistan, which is a long distance from Ukraine and Europe, indeed. And yet a political crisis has happened there with the United States directly involved because of Ukraine, because of the crisis in
Alexander,
Ukraine.
you have followed the Pakistan story. What's the next stage of the Pakistan story?
Well, in theory, we now have a new government, and in theory, there's going to be elections in October. But as we were discussing, actually, Alex and I earlier, my own personal view is that if Imran Khan looks like he's going to win, which is highly likely in any fair election, then the new powers that be in Islamabad will make sure that election isn't fair. And there's a history of this in Pakistan. Sorry?
I've heard 2023 now they want to push the election.
Well, there you go. Already you see there's changes. So, I mean, they're going to be doing everything they possibly can to prevent Imran Khan coming back. And of course, when that starts to happen, when you have a situation like this, then inevitably the country starts to deteriorate politically. You have a political crisis, and of course, in a place like Pakistan, not the most stable place at the best of times, you're going to have an awful lot more instability taking place there, which is going to create many more problems ultimately for the United States too. But the point is, if the US now has to worry about Pakistan because of what Pakistan says about Ukraine, well, that proves conclusively that you have a global crisis on your hands. Everybody, everywhere is affected. I mean, we were talking about Sri Lanka earlier on the program, and that there's been a major crisis there. That is also part of this global crisis. Ukraine, in fact, is only the battlefield. Alex was saying this yesterday. We did a video yesterday. He made exactly that point. He said, Ukraine is the battlefield. The vast blocks that are emerging are now testing and maneuvering against each other. Ukraine is the first open battlefield. Lavrov essentially said the same. That was what he was saying yesterday in his interview. And we're going to see more and more of this around the world.
Here's a quote from Putin, guys, from the Ministry of Defense.
Yeah.
This is coming from the MOD. President of Russia, Vladimir Putin. I often hear questions about, is it possible to be quicker? Is it possible? It depends on the intensity of the hostilities. And the intensity of the hostilities, unfortunately, has to do with casualties in one way or another. Our objective is to achieve all our goals while minimizing these casualties. And we will act rhythmically, calmly, according to the plan that was originally proposed by the General Staff.
You know, you have to admire him. He is the best player of the great game right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. My question now is, where's the next hot war in this situation? Do we go straight to the big fight between China and the United States, or is there going to be a little amuse-bouche between meals, as it were?
I don't know. I mean, Central Asia must always be a possibility. I mean, you know, they tried something in Kazakhstan. Something was tried in Kazakhstan. Afghanistan again, who knows? I mean, there was a cruise missile strike on Afghanistan. I think, was it yesterday, Alex? You remember? So I mean, you know, it might be Afghanistan, maybe
Like
all sorts of places. Yeah, all sorts of places.
Yeah, the fact that Sri Lanka,
I don't think it will be straight. I think there will be events before the big one, which is going to be Taiwan. I don't think we're going to go straight to Taiwan. That's my own view.
Yeah, the fact that Sri Lanka, Pakistan, all at the same time are happening, both at the same time are happening, and now we have this issue that India is now on the naughty list because of human rights abuses that we'd never heard of that before today, and obviously they're putting India on notice that they're going to get on the sanctions escalator. It seems like the Americans are sort of like moving on from Europe. You know, we caused a mess in Europe, so let's move on to South Asia. And cause more mess there.
Well, two things to say about this. I mean, I've said this many times about the neocons. They have no reverse gear. When they run into trouble, they do the opposite of what Putin just said. I mean, Putin said, we react what was it? Rhythmically, you see your thing to an end. Yeah, according to your plan. The neocons don't work like that. If they run into trouble, their inclination always is increase the tempo, accelerate, intensify, bomb more, put your foot down on the accelerator ever faster, arm more. I mean, that's how they respond to every setback, and I'm sure that's what they're going to be doing. That's what that's the neocon response to this. The other thing to understand about neocons is look at their backgrounds. These people are journalists, they're commentators, some of them are lawyers. The one thing they are not are people who have direct feeling for industry, logistics, technology, those kind of things. They take them for granted. They always assume that the United States has more resources than everyone else and can just
Yeah.
go on pumping out resources. They're not people also with much understanding of economics, of supply chains, of those sort of things. Ideologues never do, because that kind of detail is not the kind of thing that ideologues ever feel really comfortable with, because, of course, they don't deal in realities. They don't deal in facts. They deal in their own, well, you could call them ideas. Fantasies, perhaps, would be a more appropriate way. So, you know,
I would think that they're more like images, like memes.
Images. That's a very good way. That's a very, very good way of doing it. So, unfortunately, they're not going to simply slow down because somebody comes along and tells them, well, look, we lack the resources. They'll say, you know, find the resources. They won't explain how to do it, but that is how they think. It's like that famous thing with, you know, Madeleine Albright and Colin Powell, when Madeleine Albright told Colin Powell, you know, what's the point of having all this great army if you're not using it? I mean, that is their mindset. They don't accept that, you know, they don't accept limits to their own power.
No, I think it's horrible. And, you know, I've always thought since I was a fairly young man that the United States was a great empire, one of the greatest in history, and that inevitably, as all empires do, that it would fail, that it would start to collapse.
Yeah.
I never expected it to be this fast because, you know, the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, came out today, and the official number is 8.5%, which is the highest in 40 years.
Yeah.
And this, of course, has caused all kinds of damage in the bond market. The bonds are the 10-year bonds are trading up. Last number I saw was 2.55% yields, which is very high for the 10-year at this time over the last 10 years. And the problem, of course, is that, you know, if the United States, if Treasury yields on the 10-year goes to 4%, the United States is bankrupt. It will not be able to service its own debt.
Yes.
The interest payments alone would be $1 trillion a year. It would be simply too much. And so the United States would have to print, and this is, you know, Weimar Germany. This is the end of the dollar. Yeah. And so the fact that it's hit 2.5 and it's steadily climbing, and this is the official inflation number of 8.5%. Yeah. John Williams at Shadow Stats, whom I always praise, and I have no relationship whatsoever with him in terms of any kind of, you know, financial interest or anything of the sort. I always, advocate for him, or rather promote him. And it does me no good in any way, but I think that he's the best one insofar as the numbers are concerned. Yeah. And he's estimating, based on the model, the inflation model that was in effect prior to 1995, he estimates that the current inflation rate year over year is, and get a hold of this, 17%. Yeah. And that's what he thinks it actually is. Yeah. Exactly double the number that has been released. And in the United States, at least from the people I know in the United States, they are all telling me the same thing. Yes, it's prices for food, energy, and all the rest of it are through the roof. And so if somebody says, it's, you know, closer to 20% than to 10%, they believe it. Yeah. And so, you know, the whole, there's something else too. I'm sorry for rambling a bit, but I just want to put in all the blocks for my argument, which is the United States, everybody I speak to in the United States, and we see this, the United States feels like it's collapsing. The big cities, San Francisco, New York, they all feel like they're collapsing. I mean, let's not even talk about Los Angeles or Chicago. You know, I've seen some videos coming out of New York City of the subway station, of the subway trains, rather. The nightmare of it. It's worse than during the 70s. It seems as if all of the big cities, between the double whammy of COVID lockdowns and all the rest of this nonsense, and also this this very high inflation that is taking off based on, you know, Putin's price hike, quote unquote, it looks like the whole thing is collapsing. And not just in foreign affairs, but also domestically. And so the issue becomes the current leadership will just become more and more panicked because they can't be so blind as not to see how things are collapsing across the board. Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. But of course, it's one thing to be aware of what's going on. And by the way, the extent to which the people in charge really understand that the inflation numbers that they're dealing with are wrong. Because I'm aware of John Williams, and I share your huge respect for him. I have it as well. But of course, he's giving a number, 17%. I can't independently vouch or corroborate it. I mean, his methodology looks sound to me, but that's all I can say. But whatever it is, I am absolutely sure that inflation in the US is higher than 8.5%.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure it is in double figures. In the Netherlands, which has fairly reliable inflation numbers, their inflation rate is 12%. That's their official inflation rate. So, and that's a country, the Netherlands, which historically has tended to have low rather than high inflation, as compared with many of its economic peers in the European Union and elsewhere. So, we're looking at double-digit inflation. It's one thing to be aware of the fact that you have very high and elevated inflation rates. It's quite another thing to know what to do about it. Now, there are things you can do. I mean, inflation is not a problem that can't be addressed. But if addressing the problem of inflation gets in the way of all the other things you're doing on a geopolitical level, and if you are completely invested in your geopolitical ambitions, then of course you can't really deal with the inflation crisis. And that's where the panic comes. Now, in the 1980s, it was the other way around because, of course, Paul Volcker and, Reagan's team, including, by the way, the man who nobody wants to talk about nowadays, Paul Craig Roberts. We talk about, but he was an absolutely seminal figure within Reagan's team. I mean, they were able to do various things. The inflation was brought down, and there were changes made to the US economy. You might agree with them, you might not. You may feel that they improved things, you may feel that they didn't, but at least they did deal with the inflation issue. But they prioritized it. Blinken, Sullivan, all this mob, Nuland, they're not interested in inflation numbers. That's not their concern. Nuland isn't worried about whether or not inflation is going to rise in the United States. She's more concerned about whether Zelensky can hold on in Kiev and whether she can get some kind of regime change operation in Moscow going. Now, if that's your priority, then you're not going to be able to get inflation in the United States or anywhere else under control. On the contrary, it's going to get worse.
And they're overextended. They're trying to do too many things. And if they sort of like ignored the rest of the world for a while, say a year or two, and just a year or two, 24 months is nothing. Yeah. And they just focused on, straightening out their economy instead of getting involved in all these hysterical foreign adventures, which at this time is not actually costing the United States much.
No.
Let's be fair. But in terms of brain space, it's taking up a lot of space. Yeah. It's actually sucking out all of the attention. And there are other things that are much more important for the United States and for the rest, for Europe and the other Anglo allies, that they should be focused on. They should just simply ignore the situation, but they're not going to. And like I said, my thinking is that they're going to detach from Ukraine and glob onto China and go hysterical on China, and that's going to be it for the next, God knows how long until the actual war breaks out.
Yeah, I'm going to take issue with you on one point, Gonzalo. I think that the inflation is connected with geopolitics. If we go back, by the way, the reason we have inflation is because of geopolitics, and ultimately, you're absolutely right. Inflation is a reflection of overextension. It happened in Spain as well. In the 17th century, Spain suffered a massive late 16th, early 17th century. Spain suffered a massive inflation crisis. It's often mistakenly assumed that it was connected with the flood of silver in from places like Chile. But in fact, it was because spending by the Spanish government was getting out of control as they were trying to do too many things all at the same time. But inflation is a symptom of a system that's become wildly overextended. The same was true in the Soviet Union, by the way. All those empty shelves in the shops that you see are a reflection of inflation, of a breakdown in the Soviet price mechanism. Anyway, the reason we have inflation is because the administration did two things. The first thing they did when they came in was they fired the pumps in the US economy because they wanted to achieve growth rates, GDP growth rates that were faster than China's.
Yeah, no.
Lots of people told them this is ludicrous, and you don't need it anyway. I mean, it's a misunderstanding of the nature of the two economies that you need to have GDP growing faster than China in order to compete with China. It shows a basic misunderstanding.
We gotta
of
win.
power.
We gotta be number one.
Exactly, but this is I remember it. It's very, very much that we needed to overtake China as in GDP, and of course that caused inflation hugely to surge. And then the second reason, of course, is the sanctions war that we now have, this economic war of attrition with all the problems in food prices, all the problem in energy costs, all of which is only now starting. So it is geopolitics, ultimately, that is at the source of the administration's policies, and it's what's translating into inflation. By the way, the same was true in the 70s, in the 60s and 70s. The reason inflation got so high was because, again, the United States in the late 60s, far stronger relative to the rest of the world as it was then than it is today, was already trying to do too much.
Yeah. Well, if you could think about it historically, that's sort of like the 60s, Great Society programs of 64 onward until the early 70s. The United States sort of like overextended itself. Vietnam, Great Society, getting guns and butter. And then there was the slowdown, the doldrums of the 70s, and the austerity measures, which is what you can consider it, of the early 80s. And then sort of like the United States sort of like recovered, and it had the great advantage of, during the 80s and into the 90s, of the communications boom and the computer boom that created market efficiencies that boosted overall economic performance, and that was able to tide over the United States. But then after 9/11, that's when the inevitable second imperial overreach started. And now there's no way to solve it. And any austerity measure now would collapse the economy, because the economy is far too fragile.
Yes, I agree. I agree. But this is the big story. This is the big story. It's the conflict between the two great blocs. The United States, I think, hasn't internalized the fact that the bloc it's up against this time, the Eurasian bloc, is much more powerful than the Soviet Union and its Warsaw Pact alliance was. I mean, looking back on that was very much a gimcrack alliance. I mean, the Soviets had many strengths, but their East European allies really were very brittle. China and Russia is a completely different proposition. You have the world's biggest manufacturing power, with the largest population, combined with the largest country by territory, with its huge resources, its huge natural resources, its commodities. This is a far more potent combination. And of course, if India plays a game of not aligning with the US, I mean, a lot of the whole assumption was that India would, to some extent, tack itself onto the US, and that would provide some balance to the Eurasians. Well, if India doesn't do that, when really the right thing to do is to draw back and do something which I was talking about a couple of months ago on my channel, which is seek a geopolitical ceasefire with the Eurasians, so that you can find the time and space to sort out your pressing internal problems. I'm afraid that opportunity has gone. I can't see why the Eurasians would agree now. I don't think they would trust the United States in any negotiation for a geopolitical ceasefire. What détente was in the 60s and 70s was precisely that. It was a geopolitical ceasefire to enable the United States to sort out its problems after the spending binges of the 1960s. And it bought the US the time and the space it needed. This time, I don't think the Russians and the Chinese would ever agree.
Yeah, I agree. I hadn't thought of a détente as a ceasefire, but you're absolutely right. It was. Yeah. Alex?
Yeah, I'm listening.
No. A final thing. There's been news from Mariupol that some of the men at Azovstal are starting to surrender.
Right.
Some foreign mercenaries have surrendered. British mercenary has come out. It's been in the Twitter sphere, and soon enough we'll get official confirmation.
Right.
And hopefully soon we will find out what's in there.
Yeah.
Because I know that you guys think that I'm just smoking something very powerful, but I'm telling you down there's somebody and something that a lot of people in the West do not want revealed. And I just want to find out what it is, because it's such a good episode. I want to know how the episode ends.
I so completely agree with you, Gonzalo, about this. We were talking about this earlier on the program, Alex and I. We were talking about the fact that, Macron has spent an enormous amount of time trying to speak to Putin and trying to arrange some kind of evacuation by ship or plane or whatever.
Or is this from last week?
Oh, no. I mean, what's happened, as I understand it, is that Putin isn't answering his calls. I mean,
really?
No. I can't confirm this, absolutely. But if you go to the Kremlin website, you will see that there's been no conversation between Putin and Macron for a while. That's the Kremlin has publicized. And I've heard that Macron is finding it very difficult to get through to Putin anymore. That Putin's lost patience with him.
Yeah. No, Putin and Lavrov have no reason to negotiate with anyone at this point, because they are clearly in the driver's seat.
No.
And so I think that everything is going to go the Russians' way.
Yeah,
for quite some time.
Well, like we know from Lloyd Austin that Shoigu and Gerasimov, the Russian defense minister and the Russian chief of general staff, are not answering calls from Milley and Austin.
Yeah,
that's why Macron expelled 6 diplomats today. Russian diplomats.
So petulant, you won't take my call, so I'm going to kick out 6 diplomats.
Oh, I think so. I mean, but this is the level we're at. I mean, this is the kind of childish way in which we conduct ourselves nowadays. I mean,
he's going to lose the elections. That's why. I mean,
is it a foregone conclusion? I mean, I'm assuming that you guys
it's not a
discussed
foregone
it before
conclusion.
I hopped on.
Yes.
What's the conclusion? The consensus at this time?
What about the French elections? There isn't one. Is the short answer. The one thing that.
My point is that if there are French people in Mariupol, then Macron is going to have a serious problem on the 24th.
He's going to have a massive problem. But putting that aside, I mean the results, and are not good for him. I mean, we discussed this, Alex and I, in programs, both that I did for my channel and Alex and I did yesterday. But the big story in France is that the centre, which has dominated French politics since the war, has collapsed. For the first time in French post-war history, the hard left, the anti-establishment left, led by Mélenchon, the voters who vote for the anti-establishment left, who vote for Mélenchon, and the voters who vote for what you might call the hard right, outnumber the centre. Now, I have to qualify that, because I don't know what Mélenchon or Le Pen would do if they ever were to get their hands on the levers of power. So, we mustn't assume that the one thing is going to lead directly to a drastic change in French policy. But the fact is, talking specifically about Macron, he's in a very difficult position. And it's not a foregone conclusion that he's going to win, as it seemed that it would be a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I don't know enough, and also I think that there are too many moving parts insofar as the French
Far too
election
many.
between now and the
Always.
24th. What I did
Always.
hear was that Le Pen, I do believe, if I sort of like glanced at it, I didn't read it carefully, but I do believe that she announced that she would not she would not be in favor of any more sanctions. On the contrary, but I'm not
I
quite
think
sure
that
about it.
I think she did say that, and I think that is her policy actually. I mean, bear in mind, Le Pen is running on the cost of living crisis in France.
Right.
So it would be illogical, I say illogical, for her to advocate more sanctions or support more sanctions, which would deepen that cost of living crisis. Logically, she should be moving to have some of those sanctions lifted. Now, logic doesn't always mean that that's what politicians do when they gain power, because, of course, then they come under all kinds of pressures, which we all know about. So, and I don't know that I have a huge amount of confidence in Le Pen staying the course. But all I'm saying is logically, she should certainly be resisting sanctions. And logically, she should be moving towards getting some of those lifted. Certainly, I think that would be a popular line with her electoral base.
Well, I think that the Europeans, I hope that they are understanding that they are committing economic suicide by this sanctions program that they are pursuing relentlessly, this Russophobia, this insanity. It's just shooting themselves not in the foot, in the head. Yeah.
Well, Gonzalo, did you see that photograph that Alex showed us of Ursula and Zelensky?
Yes.
You think the
yes.
person in that photograph, Ursula, has the ability to think like that?
No,
she's not. I mean, if she is indeed the person who's making the decisions, then she does not understand that we are committing harakiri in Europe, which we are.
They were in shock from seeing a war crime.
Ursula von der Leyen is in charge of anything except maybe her wardrobe. Maybe. Okay. She is not a person who's in charge of things. But what I do believe is that the people who are in charge do react to the external pressures from the moneyed classes in Europe. The large corporations in Germany, for instance, the BASF, the buyers, the BMWs, Mercedes, Daimler, they do react.
Bosch, the CEO came out very strongly just the other day saying, basically the utter folly to cut yourself off from Russian gas.
That's why I'm thinking, and this is me spitballing, if there's a decisive victory by the Russians in this battle of the Donbass, a decisive victory that makes the Americans sort of like shrug and just want to look away and just like ignore the whole situation. And the volume of the whole Ukrainian situation, press-wise, because all these people react to the press, gets substantially diminished. Maybe that would give the opening for Europe to sort of like have like a rapprochement with Russia and say we'll dial back all of this stuff and try to recover, because clearly you guys won in Ukraine. The Americans are no longer interested and they're pulling away from this whole situation. Please don't step on the oxygen tube, which is gas, to Europe. You see what my logic? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I think your logic is entirely right. The problem is, I think Olaf Scholz, who is the ultimate decision maker, I think at some fundamental level, I mean, he probably does understand this. The problem he has is that, firstly, he's got a very unstable coalition. And the second problem he has is that he's rather dim. Now, I'm sorry to sound brutal when I talk about this, but you can see this. He's very, very clunky. He finds it very difficult to think outside conventional things. And I mean, he comes across like a sort of sleepy,
No, he's an idiot. I mean,
person. Exactly. And I think when he climbed on to the sanctions escalator back in February, when he agreed to that disastrous decision to de-SWIFT the banks, the Russian banks, and to freeze the central bank's assets, something which up to then he'd been saying he wouldn't do. When he did that, I don't think he had any understanding or comprehension of what he was clambering onto. And I think he's trying to find a way down. He's finding it very difficult to deal with Habeck and Baerbock, his two Green ministers, who've been massively empowered by all those decisions that he's made. And on top of all of that, he also, I think, finds it extremely difficult now to respond to the Americans and the British. And coming back to an earlier point that Alex and I were discussing previously on our program, I think that he found the whole point about the Austrian Chancellor's visit to Moscow, Nehammer's visit to Moscow, was, I think he was definitely put up to do it by Scholz. I think it's widely accepted. I don't think it's controversial. I think it was intended to be a secret visit. I think they're looking for some kind of way back. I think they're finding that the Russians are not interested, and I don't think Olaf Scholz has any real idea of what to do.
Oh, by the way, insofar as the Chancellor of Austria is concerned, he does seem to have some very peculiar domestic problems going on with his wife and a couple of drivers. It's some bizarre and sordid tale. Basically, a scandal going on in Austria. I don't know the details. I mean, it seems to be very scandalous and pathetic and tawdry. Tawdry would be the correct word for this. You know, one of these bizarre alcohol and sex stories that there's a prurient interest, of course, but at the same time, it's just like, especially when you're dealing with adults and not like laughable figures, not obvious clowns, but rather people who are supposed to be in positions of power and responsibility, and you realize that they are acting like buffoons. Well, so that's why I don't know, and anybody who's listening, go check it out. But apparently, part of the reason that this prime minister, what's his name? It slips his name.
Nehammer.
Well, he seems to have gone on this mission. In a big part of it was so as to deflect from his domestic problems, which apparently are quite serious. It could be that this is not Olaf Scholz sending an emissary, but rather a cowboy who figured out, well, if I go and go to Putin and try to do some diplomacy using my position as the Chancellor of Austria, which is a neutral nation, maybe I can smother this domestic scandal. And it might be that that's why this fool went to Russia and talked tough to the Russians, because that's what I understand, that he went there and went on and on about the alleged killings in that suburb of Kiev and blah blah, and try to be tough, and it blew up spectacularly, as I understand.
Yes. All I would say about that is that if that was his plan, it was a crazy idea, because of course the one way to inflame his political problems in Austria is to go to Moscow at this time. Last time I was in Austria was in 2015, and I was in Vienna. And of course, the thing that struck me very much in Vienna was how the Russians were absolutely everywhere. I mean, the Russian economy, the Austrian economy, seemed to be critically dependent at that time on trade with Russia. There was the Lukoil headquarters that I remember seeing very close to the center, very close to my hotel, and it was enormous. And the idea that Austria would go into a sanctions war with Russia, I mean, back in 2015 when I was there, would have seemed utterly fantastic to me.
Well, but I just wanted to throw in that context insofar as this chancellor is concerned, because it does because of his current domestic scandal. It doesn't seem so straightforward that he's basically an emissary of Scholz.
Yes. He did say that he consulted Scholz before he went. So well, look, we don't know. We don't know the whole story. But certainly one thing is indisputable. Whatever he thought he was going to achieve in Moscow, he came up against a Putin who's in no mood to compromise at all. And my impression was that Nehammer came away from that meeting, frankly, steamrolled over. The Russians, by the way, have not yet condescended to provide a readout.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of even worse. You know, that's just, you're not worthy of wasting our time on you.
No, and they didn't even receive. Putin didn't even receive him in the Kremlin.
Yeah, he received him in his house outside.
Novo-Ogaryovo, which is most unusual, by the way.
Well, no, that's a snub. Well, I don't know if
It's a snub.
or
It
not.
is a snub. It's an
You think
absolute
so?
straightforward. Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely, it's a snub. I mean, if you're the Chancellor of Austria, you receive him in the Kremlin. You don't, send him along to your, country residence.
Yeah, you're right.
And apparently, Nehammer wanted to talk to Putin one-to-one, and Putin insisted in speaking in Russian, despite the fact that he speaks German fluently, and he had interpreters with him and stenographers and everything.
Oh God! Oh. So I think that maybe Putin had his number before he showed up. That
absolutely.
It was just, yeah. Okay, yeah. So we're waiting on what happens with these battles, I suppose.
I suppose we do. Well, it is Mariupol at the moment is the big place, I think, because that's where all the focus is. But I mean, I'm sure you've heard about the comments that the Ukrainian Marines published on their Facebook page in Mariupol, which I found extremely distressing, actually. That they've run out of food, that they've run out of ammunition, that all the infantry amongst them is basically dead, that they're surrounded by piles of their wounded, and that they feel betrayed by their commander-in-chief.
Yeah. Well, I've heard a lot of different things. If you want, I'll just give you the rundown.
Please.
Okay. Let's go piece by piece. In Mariupol, it's over for them. They are trapped, and there's no possibility of any kind of relief. They begged for it. The men there, they begged for it multiple times. Yeah. And quite apart from us kind of like conjecturing as to what's going on, this is a tragedy for these men, and they are terrified of the Chechens and terrified of the Donetsk People's Army, and with good reason. And because they have behaved atrociously, and if they get their hands on them, they're mincemeat. And the fact that stupidly so many of these Azov people have said in various videos on Facebook and other places that they do not intend to take any Russian prisoners. Well, by the same token, the Donetsk army and the Chechen army are going to be in no mood to take any prisoners either. I think that if they're lucky, they get captured by the Russians, because it's a tragedy, because it's going to be the senseless death of a lot of people, but that's war. And of course, what seems to be coming out of multiple sources, not just Mariupol, but different units throughout the country, is that they get empty promises from Kiev, but no weapons, no relief, no nothing, and not even the truth, which these are soldiers, these are professional soldiers, and the Ukrainian army is showing itself to be very, very capable and brave men. They're not winning, but that doesn't take away from their valor and their dignity. And so such men, they deserve the truth. They should be told, look, it's over. We don't have what it takes. But in this attempt to stretch out this conflict as long as possible, they are willing to fool them and give them false hope. And so these poor men are going to fight to the death pointlessly when they should surrender, because the tender mercies of the Chechens and the Donetsk Liberation Army might not be the nicest, but at least there's a chance of survival after this. Whereas fighting to the death for no purpose whatsoever and no possibility of overall victory, what is the point? But that's what the Kiev authority is doing. The Zelensky regime is just spamming everybody with false hope.
Yes.
And so all these units are fighting. And the tragedy, the real tragedy as far as I'm concerned, is this great battle that's taking place around Kramatorsk. It's going to be horrifying. And all those men, I've seen some videos, and they all say the same thing. The thing that scares them is not the artillery, it's the planes, because the Russians have complete air superiority. Yeah. And they do whatever they want in the sky over this captured army, or soon to be encircled army. And so it's tragic, but they are being egged on. Now, I can speak about Kharkov. The problem here, which is kind of horrifying, it's not kind of, it's completely horrifying. All the prisons have been emptied out, and every single criminal has been given a weapon and a uniform. And they are being used not necessarily to fight the Russians, but to keep the people in. And so at this time, it is impossible to leave the city. And if you approach a Ukrainian checkpoint, you will be shot. And so I'm going to be here until this is all over. But that's the reality now. And this is known. This is not not a story. It's the way things are. And so every road that leads out, there are checkpoints, and if you're lucky, you'll be robbed of everything you have and sent back into the city. Okay, and that's the ugly reality of this situation, which I think is abhorrent. But it seems that the Ukrainian armed forces here in Kharkov plan to use the people who are here as human shields, and they're going to fight to the last one of their hostages. Now, as a realistic matter, I think that what will happen is that there will be the decisive battle, and that the Ukrainian armed forces, in terms of morale, will simply collapse. And I don't think that there is going to be a battle in Kharkov, precisely because, it's kind of like a sandcastle. The will of an army is like a sandcastle. And once that sort of like starts to collapse, it just goes all at once. And the whole thing just falls apart. And especially because of modern communications technology, internet, cell phones, all that, everybody's going to know. It's going to be images of thousands of troops, unarmed, being escorted into military internment camps until they're processed and denazified. Denazified in the sense of, actually looking at them and seeing if they have Nazi tattoos, and those go to one side, and the ones who don't have any tattoos go to the other side and are released probably. Once those images start emerging of thousands of Ukrainian troops captured, that's when the will of all the other various pockets in Ukraine will collapse, because they will know that it's over. And that at this time, a lot of these different pockets are believing the lies that the Zelensky regime is telling them, the PR, the false hope that I mentioned before. But when they actually see thousands of their comrades in arms surrendering and it's over, then the will of the whole army in the different pockets will simply collapse, because there will be no purpose. And they will realize what they suspected, which is that they've been being told false hope, or being given false hope by the Zelensky regime. And I think that it might happen very, very quickly. I mean, a matter of, once the big group of soldiers gets captured, okay, and you see that image, and it's incontrovertible, because it'll be 20 different videotapes from 20 different people with cell phones beaming it all over the place, and you'll see the soldiers just surrendering and being escorted and processed. That's when the whole thing will just collapse. And I think that it might be very, very quickly. But when will that happen? I couldn't tell you. It'll depend on the outcome of this great battle that's happening.
Yeah. Can I just say, just to reinforce your point, the very fact that the people in Mariupol apparently really believed that the Ukrainian army might break through and relieve them, shows how completely deceived and out of touch they are with the situation around Mariupol. That clearly indicates that they were being fed entirely false information by Kiev about their circumstances. And can I say, Gonzalo, I completely agree with you, your sentiment that this is a sacrifice, a pointless sacrifice of the lives of brave men. Yes. It very, very much disturbs me. It is the opposite, I would have thought, of what a responsible commander does. And throwing away the lives of brave men in that way to no purpose is just ludicrous. This isn't Stalingrad. Stalingrad, the Soviets held on to Stalingrad because that was absolutely vital for their success in the war. This isn't going to achieve anything like that. This is a pointless sacrifice, and a commander who does that to his soldiers is no kind of commander at all.
No, I completely agree. I mean, you know, these are brave young men, and here's the thing. See, you know this in the history of Great Britain. You know, Britain never recovered from the First World War from the loss of all those men, and France didn't either. You know, and Germany, in many ways, you could say, it never recovered from the Second World War either. You know, it was just throwing away the flower of a nation, and it just broke the spirit of these nations.
Yes,
I mean, I don't think that anybody would dispute the assertion that in 1914, Germany and France and England were great empires, and after that, they were just small nations. They just threw away the essence of their nationhood in the pointless sacrifice. And I see the same thing happening in Ukraine, and it makes me want to cry, to tell you the truth, because it's so tragic. Because I've seen some of these kids, you know, in the city. I see them, you know, going around, you know, at the supermarket, basically, because the supermarkets here in Kharkov, they are opened on a rotating basis. And I've seen them, you know, shopping for food, you know, and they're babies, you know. I'm an old 54-year-old man, and these are, you know, 20-year-old kids. They can easily be my son. And I see them, and I realize that many of them are going to die for nothing except the vanity and frankly, the evil machinations of rich men who don't care, who just view their lives as just statistics, as just numbers, and they don't view the humanity of these poor boys. And it just breaks my heart.
I completely agree. By the way, I've been seeing photographs of captured Ukrainian soldiers, and I've been very, very upset by some of the pictures I've seen. I mean, some of them look, they look like children. Frankly, I'm not saying that they're, you know, but
they're grown men,
boys of 18, 19. I mean, it's terrible to see how young they look, and it's very distressing, actually. And I completely agree. By the way, I mean, the other country which was severely weakened by the two world wars was, of course, Russia. And you know, we had a program about this before, and I mean, there's no question about this.
I wish that you would restart that program.
I know.
That was such a brilliant show that you guys were doing.
Yeah. Well, we absolutely will do that. But I mean, throwing away the life of your youth in that kind of a way, on as you said, as you absolutely rightly said, the evil machinations of people far away and the vanity of others is a disaster. It's a terrible thing to see, and especially when the outlines of a peace agreement were so visibly there.
Oh God, anyway, it's just heartbreaking. Yeah,
it is.
But anyway, just to tell you about the situation in Kharkov, there is a sporadic artillery fire that I hear, at least coming out of the east. You know, it seems north and the northeast. Beyond that, I couldn't tell you exactly. And it seems to be coming from about between 5 and 10 kilometers from the city center. And you know, Scott Ritter was the one who has emphasized the point that the Russians, by no stretch of the imagination, will ever go into street-to-street fighting, because it's pointless. It's just a meat grinder, and the kind of force that they have, it's just not for that. And so I will tell you that my objective, insofar as my time here in Kharkov, now it's too late. It's far too late to leave. But you know, there was never that intention. I just like I said, and I know that people think that it's a little crazy. I want to see what happens. I just want to see what happens, and I have, I'm fairly certain that the war will end quickly. And it's this battle that's coming up. This battle is the key issue, and the notion. A lot of people say that Putin and the Kremlin want a big victory by May 7th or May 8th. I always forget their big day, their big celebration for the Great Patriotic War. I do believe it's the 8th, or am I wrong?
It's the May 9th. It's May 9th, actually.
Okay, great. I always mess it up. Anyway, the point is that, see, I don't think that they're thinking in those terms.
No.
I think that there's going to be a celebration, of course, but I don't think that they are so so vain, quite frankly, to demand a great victory by that date. I think that they're smart enough and patient enough to realize that they just have to continue as they're going. And if there's some, delightful surprise for May 9th, great. But if there's not, it's not going to change anything, and just keep on rolling. And that's my impression, at least.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I agree. Alex, we've been going for, what, 3 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to get to questions, guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
We should have gotten questions ages ago.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yes.
We need to get to questions. So let's knock them out. Cactus Ray, thank you for that super chat. Caliu25, hey guys, when are you ending the live? I need to do some work today as well.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Let's see. Celeste Chang says the U.S. has 30 trillion in debt now, so all they do is to incite wars around the world to sell U.S. weaponry. Next target is Taiwan. That is why Nancy Pelosi wants to visit Taiwan.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. Agreed. Gus is a new member. Welcome, Gus. Sterile Neutrino says Joseph Tainter's collapse of complex Soviets or societies or Soviets. I'm not sure. Societal collapse is rapid decomplexification and occurs if they can no longer solve problems by ending more complexity due to energy limits.
Very interesting.
Interesting. Not Intimidated says U.S. Dems know they will have a big loss in Congress, so more Fauci and chaos and a new virus, which we can call the midterm election variant. 456 says, thank you for the education you've given me. The Prophet, thank you very much for that. Dave Reed, thank you for
your bill is in the mail.
Yeah, Zahir, thank you for that super chat. And thank you for that super chat. Jinsha says, Ukraine raw material resources worth trillions, conflict control for the globalists. Russia, question mark.
Yeah, there's something in this. Mind you, they've controlled all those resources, or at least notionally they have, for 30 years. They've not really made as much use of them as you might have expected. But of course, we do see that, with the war, how important those resources had become. It's again a good example. They've fecklessly squandered all of that. They could have come to a peace agreement. They could have implemented the Minsk Accords, all those things, and we would have avoided this kind of crisis that we've seen, and they could have held on to those resources, or at least benefited from them. The problem with neocons is that they always pursue zero-sum games. It's always winner takes all. And of course, if you do that, if you go for all or nothing, always you risk ending up with nothing.
T-Back, thank you for that super sticker. And Left Brian says the neocons seem to go far deeper than the usual suspects. Crystal from et al. The whole national media seems infested with no-name neocons.
So true.
That's true. Very true. Scout says buy the Nissan Z before it gets canceled.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scout also says a nice Telegram channel for curious eyes is Intel Slava.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good Telegram channel. It's pro-Russian, but it has a lot of good video. Intel Slava. Yeah. I follow it. It's worth following. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's see. Novice says since the banning of the letter Z, I'm sleeping terribly. Great US says, FYI guys, sunflower oil is super weird to people in the United States. I had a friend ask people locally and no one knew oil came from sunflowers. They are sold in bags with different flavors. Number 2, still hoping you verify your account. I still get messages when I tried. Only creators that verify cash accounts can receive tips. I thought we verified. I'll check that. But sunflower oil, they have sunflower oil in the United States, don't they?
No.
Yeah.
We certainly do in Britain. It's what they fry their chips in here.
Yeah. That's what you guys have run out of.
The sunflower oil. Yeah. A lot of the cooking oils are shooting up in price astronomically, and in some places they are disappearing because of people just hoarding it, and they're not getting resupplied. I frankly don't know the supply chain of that. but I have heard that there are there's people lack it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Britain, near where I live, in the shelves of the supermarkets, it's just vanished. And the British use sunflower oil a lot for frying. It's the preferred thing to fry in here. So it's
by the way,
vanished. I believe a lot of it does come from Ukraine, by the way.
Yeah, Alexander, I wanted to ask you: you're in the UK. An acquaintance of mine told me he lives alone, and he pays £1,500 a month for his place, which is in London. It must be not a large place, but he said that he was paying, all of his bills were coming up to £800.
Yeah.
Are,
this is absolutely true. I mean, the bills are just exploding here. The cost of living crisis, as it's euphemistically referred to, is absolutely surging. Now, of course, the thing is that we don't actually connect it with the sanctions war and the war in Ukraine. So you see, you have long articles about the cost of living crisis in the newspapers, and then alongside it you have articles about Ukraine, but the two are not connected to each other. But I entirely believe what your friend says. It makes complete sense to me.
Okay.
Novus says, I stubbed my toe this morning. Damn you, Russia. I could treat it, but I first need to blame Russia on social media, because otherwise I'll lose my social credit score.
I have a hangnail. I'm going to send the complaint to Vladimir Putin. Yes.
And Novus also says, Alexander is just so sexy they need to censor it for Japanese viewers.
I'm not going to respond. I quite know what to say there. Thank you.
Jennifer says Marine Le Pen will win big on April 24th. The EU is done.
We'll see. I mean, it's possible. France is so complex. French elections are so complex. It's what Gonzalo was saying. Lots of moving parts there, and it's not possible it's very difficult at the moment to say how it's all going to work out.
Jay Gostler says, this is the only place I get real news on Ukraine and Russia. Thanks, all you guys, for all. Where is it? I just lost it. Thanks, you guys, for bringing the truth to the world. Thank you.
You're welcome.
For that. You're welcome. We appreciate the support. And Ehong says 153,000 cooks, administrators, cooks, and then at the tail end, the trigger pullers.
I think this is a reference to the British Army. I used to deal a lot, by the way, with the British Army, and not being in any way a military man, I want to stress, but I once was involved in a legal workshop in Woolwich, and I was providing advice to soldiers, and I really have to say that they were wonderful people. I absolutely loved them, but I did see how very bureaucratized the British Army has become, and that was years ago. And it did seem to me that there was a very big discrepancy between, the teeth and the tail, if I can put it like that. The teeth were getting fewer all the time, and the tail was always getting longer.
Quickman Sam says, my fellow Americans, I am pleased to tell you I just signed legislation which outlaws Russia forever. The bombing begins in 5 minutes.
That was Ronald Reagan, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that was a joke that he made all that time ago. But he was joking. I mean, and let's be fair to Reagan. I mean, he did meet up with Gorbachev. They did do all kinds of things together. I mean, he clearly wasn't anti-Russian, really. But I mean, he did say that.
I never thought that he was anti-Russian.
No.
Mr. Rosa says, appreciate your efforts to highlight what the legacy media fails to say.
Yeah.
Very true. Thank you very much for that. Euro Gabor says, the second intercepted radio transmission just released. Lighthouse, Lighthouse, we are coming for all of you. However, this time it was heard with a thick Chechen accent. Good luck, everyone.
Wow.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Yes. Trezit says, thanks for your work. Keeps me sane here in Australia. Thank you very much for that, Trezit. And Ihang says, NATO is a paper tiger. We've disbanded most of our heavy formations since the First and Second Gulf War.
Exactly right. Yeah.
And Jennifer says, I will carry my Russian flag at the next Ukraine rally. I will defend Putin deactivating the biolabs and denazifying the Ukraine
Be
military.
very careful. I don't know
by
where
the
you
way-
are, but be very careful. Don't. I wouldn't try that here in Britain. Though I will say there is some pushback. You see a few windows in London where people put up Ukrainian flags, and let's not be too critical. They're getting their news from the media, and I can understand why people would do that. But I have seen a couple of places where you see Russian and Ukrainian flags together, and I think people who do that are being very brave, actually. But I think going out with a Russian flag or putting one like that on your window might attract some risks in London today.
Yeah, I would think so. Though I just have a quick parenthesis. Did you gentlemen see that video of that very, very elderly lady who was accosted by Ukrainian soldiers, and she confused them with Russian soldiers, and she came out with her own Soviet flag, and she was waving it around, and these Ukrainian soldiers took the flag away and started stepping on it, and this poor lady, this typical babushka, she said, my parents fought for that flag, and you're stepping on it. It's becoming a huge meme in Russia. I mean, like a huge meme. Like they're doing graffiti art and all kinds of stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
Alex, I don't know if you can pull up that meme.
No, I haven't seen that video. I've heard about it.
What I've seen the video. I haven't seen memes on it.
No,
what
I've seen several memes. And like graffitied on a wall, and it's becoming a thing in Russia. I mean, the point I want to say, Russia's popular will, is hardening, and it's becoming increasingly clear to anybody who's an observer is that Putin is not the aggressor. He is the moderate here. If he's gone, the people who will replace him are just going to, they're going to just tear around in Ukraine and do God knows what, So anyway, I just wanted to mention.
I agree. I completely agree.
Yeah, I'm looking for the meme, but I can't find it.
It doesn't matter. Next time.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Alexander says, with Azov now alleging a Russian chemical attack in Mariupol, what do you think the U.S.'s in-kind response will be?
I don't think there will be a response.
Yeah,
I think that story. I think that story was a nonsense story anyway. But I think that the only people who took it seriously were the British.
Liz Truss. Michael Valles, thank you for that super chat. Let's see. Hermes Trias says, have you guys considered having Matthew Ehret on one of your shows to talk about the emerging new global order and the history that has led to now? Yes, we're speaking with Matthew, and he actually posts his articles on the website on the Duran.com. So, yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Paulo, thank you for that super sticker. Paul, thank you for that super chat. Rodrigo Router says, do you have any information on Ukraine still getting paid for the Russian gas pipeline on their territory that now feeds some EU countries? Hashtag
I don't, but I'm assuming that they do still get paid, and perhaps one should whisper that, because of course they've been paid by the Russians, and I can't imagine people in Russia would be very happy if they knew about it. I think there would be huge anger in Russia if they found out that that was what was going on. But I'm presuming that Gazprom is still paying them transit fees. By the way, the Ukrainian government says that they're now running a budget deficit of $7 billion a month, which is unsustainable. And they're looking for more money from their Western friends. Now,
well, I heard them throwing the idea of stealing Russia's foreign reserves to pay for their budget deficit and reconstruction.
And well, I've heard that too, yes.
That'll just get stolen and pocketed by everybody. Yeah. It's not going to be used to rebuild anything, unfortunately. Fairy Tale Purity Analyzer says, thanks, Duran, for not being the MSM. Thank you for that. Multimedia Clip says, God bless you all. Love this channel. Thank you for that. Simple Sandman says, with lockdownerism leading to massive shortages, is famine inevitable? How quickly can we turn it around? Is the West lost?
Famine is inevitable in some parts of the world. I hope not in the West. I think we're still, to a great extent, protected from that. But we are going to see very much higher food prices. We are seeing them already.
Nico says, I don't think the West will ever send Western tanks like Abrams Leopards, or Challengers. They have manual loading and crew of 4, while the Russians have auto loaders and crews of 3.
I also have to say I agree. I don't think that they'll be sending their most advanced military gear to Ukraine. I think that they know that that would be very, very disastrous. And I understand also that there are logistical problems and that these weapon systems anyway aren't really designed to operate in Ukraine. That this is, they don't have the sort of ability to operate on Ukrainian and Russian roads and over these enormous distances that you need to have your vehicles prepared for in Ukraine itself.
Miss Pink Panther says, why does there need to be any regime change?
Well, quite right. There shouldn't be.
That's
Regime
a
change is wrong.
$1 million question.
Yes, regime change is wrong.
Raul says, in May 2021, the official inflation by the Fed was 5%. Today it is 8.5%. Seems like
That's
global
right.
unrest will be the new normal. Your thoughts?
I'm afraid I think this is exactly right. We discussed the inflation numbers before, and they're terrible, and they're going to get much worse. Now, I will just make one observation. If John Williams is right, if inflation at the US is 17%, we have an official inflation number from Russia for March, which was 14.9. Now, Russian inflation figures are extremely accurate because of the way in which Russia collects its inflation figures, its figures. I mean, basically every single checkpoint counter, wherever you are in Russia, they send the data directly to the ministries, the official data collection services in Moscow. So they're able to track price movements with incredible accuracy, far more so than in any Western country. If inflation in the United States is 17%, then it is higher than in Russia.
Multimedia Clips says, when is the Russian troops that look like the Russian boxer in Rocky? LOL, do we have some of them, don't we? Ivan Drago. Ralph Peterson says, thank you for your unceasing work. Thank you, Ralph, for that. Yob, thank you for that super chat. Chris, thank you for that super sticker. JC, thank you for that super chat. Bauke, thank you for that super chat that says Putin. Celeste, thank you for that super chat. Duke and Don, thank you for that super chat that says Putin. Fiona, thank you for that super chat. Russell says the algorithm seems to adjust based on prior chats. That's with regards to the Putin, writing Putin in the super chat, getting banned. Raul says Putin will be king. Mark my words on this. Thank you, Raul, for that. Multimedia Clip says Putin is a great president. Thank you for that. And Paul Morris says President Putin. Thank you for that super chat. Thank you for that super sticker. K. Wolf says Claire Daly's dressing down of Angel Jambaski in the European Parliament should be viewed every day. Did you guys see that?
Absolutely. And can I just say I've met her. I met her in London. I think she's a wonderful, tremendous, brave fighter.
Who are we talking about? I'm sorry.
Claire Daly is an Irish. Yes.
Oh yes,
Irish
I saw her.
MEP,
I
yeah.
saw it. Yes.
Yes. I mean, she's one of the very few people who has courage and sense in the European Parliament, and is extraordinarily outspoken. Very popular in Ireland too, by the way.
Balkajan writes Putin in Russian. Fadista says, new member on Locals. Thank you both for the thoughtful analysis every day. Thank you, Fadista. Welcome to the Locals community, the Duran.locals.com. Feral says, Russia does make chips for their military hardware. Such bigotry in the West.
Absolutely true. In fact, their military today only buys Russian chips. I mean, that I know. Now,
Wolf Cruz,
as I said, how advanced those chips are, that I can't say because I'm not an expert on these things. But I repeat again, Russia can certainly produce chips for its own economy. And I've no doubt at all they can produce very advanced chips indeed. I think this idea that they can't is foolish.
Wolf Cruz says the time frame on China invading Taiwan.
Well, Gonzalo floated the possibility 18 months. I don't think that's probably entirely wrong. given the direction of
I think
events.
it's just going to be dependent on whether the Americans cross the red lines of the Chinese.
Yes. Well, that's true, of course.
And I think also that the Chinese, insofar as the whole situation with Russia, it was a huge lesson insofar as, number one, the sanctions are not that bad, and number two, the Chinese now know exactly how to handle things.
Yes.
Because even when the Russians, it seems to me that the Russians played everything very well, but even in the mistakes that they made, the Chinese will have learned lessons for their own bouts with the sanctions packages. So it's all going to be good for the Chinese. They're going to know how to handle the situation. And at the end of the day, just like the Europeans and Americans, to a lesser extent, need things from Russia more than the other way around, the same goes for China and the US. The Americans need the Chinese more than the other way around. And I think that that's the key issue.
Jay Smith says censorship in Sweden is really bad. They're also talking about pushing us into NATO before the election in autumn. They're smearing those who speak truth.
I know that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Let's see. President Neglect says, what can people in the West do to call their so-called leaders to heel?
Nothing.
Nothing at the moment. Just all we can do is vote to the extent that we can, protest. But the most important thing we can do is learn. I mean, when we're surrounded by falsities, at least let's know the truth. And of course, eventually, when we know the truth, what happens is the truth always wins. At least I always believe so.
AskMe06 says there is some talk in Russia to reduce exports to balance it with imports and prevent the ruble from becoming too strong. Any thoughts on this?
I think that there is a lot of discussion about this, that there is concern that the ruble might become too strong. I think that was one of the major factors that caused the central bank to reduce interest rates on Friday, because there was some concern that the ruble would strengthen to 60 to the dollar, and that's not what they want to see at all. A range of 85 to 90 to the dollar is optimal, apparently, at the moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they have some discrete monetization of debt to just weaken the ruble ever so gently. Yes.
Johnston says, thank you for the info. Lana says, Russians are not offended. We do need a good kick in the butt to get things going.
Well, Bismarck had that famous saying that the Russians were slow to harness, but quick to ride.
Yep.
Yes.
Very true.
It's true.
Kim, thank you for that super sticker. And Natty, thank you for that super chat. Raphael says, guys, I only want to say thank you. Thank you, Raphael. Reckless Abandon says, "Я хочу тебе такого, как Putin." Thank you, Reckless Abandon. Excellent Russian. Patrick Lancaster says, Jungle Jim says, Patrick Lancaster is back after an absence of 4 days. His movements around Mariupol pick up the sounds of what seems to be artillery and gunfire outside Azovstal in the nearby areas.
Yeah, I was a bit concerned about the fact that I always call him Patrick Lawrence. Patrick Lancaster had disappeared for a while. It's good to hear that he's back. I haven't seen his latest video.
Very brave.
Yeah. Raphael says, I was a U.S. Marine just like the colonel. Jesus, what a mess. God bless the world. We have Putin a steady hand because things could go badly.
Yeah.
Peace, Jen. Thank you for that super chat. Commander Crossfire says, Ethiopia was the fastest growing economy and close to achieving real sovereignty before the U.S. triggered a civil war. Any chance you could do an analysis on it?
We must do. At the moment, unfortunately, Ukraine is taking up all our time, but Ethiopia is certainly something we should go back to. A huge country, massive potential. And you're quite right, they seem to be doing incredibly well until the moment when this war began.
Mary Kane says, I think the UK should return the Elgin Marbos as Alexander's aunt campaigned for, though not at the insistence of the EU.
Absolutely true. She campaigned very hard, and I wrote some of his. Well, I helped her to write with some of her speeches. She made massive changes to everything. She always used to say that I was too academic, and she was probably right, actually. In fact, she was definitely right. So, yes, but she did campaign, and one day they will go back of that, I am sure.
Mike Watts says, with the rapid deterioration of U.S. domestic and foreign policy impact Trump's decision to run in 2024. He's running.
He's going to run, and he is definitely going to run.
He's going to run, Gonzalo? Yes or no?
Probably out of vanity. I have never respected him because I thought.
But you think he's going to run?
He was a car salesman, and that he didn't have the ruthlessness to be a successful politician. And I think that he'll be too old, quite frankly, in 24. And I think that Ron DeSantis would be a much better candidate. But at this stage, I still wonder if there is going to be a 2024 election, because the Democrats, all the polls say that they're going to lose. They're going to lose, and it's going to become a super majority in favor of the Republicans in this coming November. But I wouldn't put it past the Democrats and the current crop of leadership if they throw some sort of monkey wrench into the works and steal the election. I mean, they've done it before, so what's to prevent them from doing it again? So
a lot of people are saying this. I mean, more difficult to do in the US, I would have said. But having said that, people shouldn't be certainly they shouldn't be complacent about the midterms. Certainly, that's what I think.
Lady Cosmica says, yes, Alex, I love that mug and want to add it to my collection. I have 3 so far. Bring back the mug. I will do that, Lady Cosmica. I will bring back the mug. RDDR says, we push inequality of Russia and the small nations to correct history, but as part of inequality between the West and Russia that perpetuates history. Very true. Anamika says, do you think China has delivered stockpiles of missiles and weapons in Serbia just to test it on Ukraine soil, or are Russians running out of weapons?
No, they're not.
I think Serbia bought those weapons. Is last I heard.
Absolutely. It did buy those weapons. And can I just say the Russians are not running out of weapons? I read in the British media a claim on the 22nd of March that Russia was within 3 days of running out of weapons. That was on the 22nd of March. And if you follow events, the Russian missile strikes are carrying on at exactly the same tempo as before. As I said, this is not the Galapagos Islands or, whatever it is that people think it is. It's a big economy. It's got lots of production. It can keep producing these things. And there's no sign of stress or a strain in terms of its military campaigns. And as for that story about Russia having to get weapons from China, the US itself has admitted that they made it up.
Leo16511, thank you for that super chat. Bauke says, use bikes to generate electricity, but our boy needs energy to do that. In other words, food. Oh, wait, we are up the creek. Very well said, Bauke. Gus says, Alex, I want that mug. I will put that mug on the shop. Hexcode, thank you for that super chat. Raphael says, guys, we need to put this in proper historical context. Biden tried to do to Russia what Jackson did to the Cherokees, another trail of tears.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Devin, very, very, very good comment. Devin says, U.S. Western exceptionalism is gone soon.
Yes. I think exceptionalism was a disastrous mistake. It was something that the founders of the United States consistently warned against. And unfortunately, in these last 30 years, the neocons sold it to the political class in the United States, who, by buying it, betrayed the founders.
Completely agree.
Let's see here. Guy, thank you for a super sticker. Terry, thank you for a super sticker. Eric, thank you for a super sticker. Smug Buddha says, why has the West waged this hybrid war and not provided more advanced weapon systems? Why just the minimum?
I don't think it has provided the minimum, actually. I think they've provided what they can. I think that, if you start providing more advanced things like F-15s and F-35s, God help you, then you are in a danger of a World War III type situation. And one of the things that Scott Ritter and Gonzalo discussed yesterday, which I thought was very, very interesting, was Scott Ritter was basically saying that the Pentagon will not allow things to degenerate to the point of a World War III type situation. So they are left with supplying less effective weapons, which the Russians can deal with. I should say I've heard lots of stories about the effectiveness of some of these weapons. I've heard that the Stingers are not very effective anymore, that the time of man-pants has passed basically in this kind of warfare, that the Javelin is quite effective in some situations, and that other weapon systems that be provided are not effective at all.
GEC says Azov hold up in the Azovstal, owned by oligarch Renat Akhmetov, who publicly provides food relief to Donetsk, but also has provided Azov with weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Playing both sides off the middle. Where
Yeah.
have we seen that before?
Well, indeed, yeah.
Yeah, very true. Angela says, very well done, Alex Alexander. Not only have I learned so much history, but now I have a far better idea of tactical warfare. Thank you for that. Ezekiel says, how come no one is scandalized that a country can choose a defense policy or urban warfare with total disregard for your life or your property? Feels more like state terrorism than defense to me.
That's what it is.
Exactly the point Gonzalo is making. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I mean, just to emphasize and underline the point, that's the problem with the Zelensky regime. They treat people as human shields, and they don't have any problem of destroying things. And sometimes they fire weapons, not even to get the PR advantage out of it, but just out of meanness and spite. There is people who are not here do not understand this. And frankly, I would not have realized this a month and a half ago because I didn't see it. I didn't understand it. And I wasn't paying attention, quite frankly. But the hatred of the people running the Zelensky regime, because it's not Zelensky, he's just a puppet. But the people who are behind him, the people of Right Sector, the people of these various paramilitary groups, these crazy people, hyper-nationalistic, they hate Russians. They hate them with a passion. And they have no trouble whatsoever inflicting horrifying casualties on Russian civilians just out of spite. You know, you have to understand that. It's very difficult to understand that at first because you cannot believe that people can be so cruel and evil. They are. And now I am understanding, or not understanding, but I see how somebody like Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge can happen. That sometimes certain people are just so inherently evil that they will inflict horrifying atrocities on completely blameless civilians, because that's what's happening here.
Amens, thank you for that super sticker. Zuxi says, thank you, gentlemen. Interesting and enlightening. Jehangir says, will the Russian boogeyman ever be challenged by folks in the West, in the media and in governments? Keep on with the big bad Russian boogeyman.
Every cycle, we go through all these cycles of massive hostility to Russia. Then things always go badly wrong. We then try, or some people try, to sort of restore some kind of relationship with Russia, at least in Europe. People, lots of people I've known who worked hard to try and build bridges, to explain the differences, to explain that the differences are not always that great as people imagine. It always in the end fails, because what invariably happens is that there's always at some point another massive bout of hostility to Russia. And I've come to the view, I'm afraid, that it's structural. I don't mean that the mass of the European population are like this, but the European political class, to my mind, viscerally dislike Russia. And I think that's going to remain the case, well, for the rest of my lifetime, to be straightforward about it.
Grim FPV says, compared to the USA's shock and awe on Iraq, Russia is leaving civilian infrastructure, water, power, phone, internet, and the West claim Russia deliberately targeted civilians.
Well, indeed. Well, indeed. I mean, the proof of
it's
this,
ludicrous.
Yes, the proof of this, here we have Gonzalo, and we're able to talk to him. I mean, try and talk to people like this. To have a program like this, in a place like, say, Iraq in 2003, it wouldn't have been possible. There is a fundamental difference, and the point that you're making is entirely true.
Multimedia Clip says, surprised YT never punished you guys for supporting Russia. India will beg for Russia's friendship when it's all said and done.
Well, we don't support Russia. We tell the truth, or at least we try to. We try to be as objective as we can. As for what YT does, well, I mean, we've done nothing that we feel transgresses any rules. We've always been extremely careful in all that we've said. What they do is up to them.
Yeah, for my part, I have to say that in everything that I see, I try to be as objective and accurate as possible. And like, for instance, there was some video that came out initially when the alleged Russian massacre that we all know about, and somebody said that a hand moved on one of the people lying on the ground. And at first, I thought the same. And there was another video that said that, look, see, the car is passing and the person is getting up. But I examined that specifically, and I realized that what was happening was that it was just an optical effect in both cases. It's too complicated to explain, but it was definitely an optical illusion.
Yes.
And I said so because I'm not interested in pushing anybody's propaganda.
Exactly.
I'm interested in the truth.
Exactly.
And the optical illusion, it was because so many copies had been made of the video that it emphasized this optical illusion, but it was not true. It was the first one was basically a bead of rainwater that was sliding across the windshield and catching the light, and so it looked white, and so you thought it was a hand because it was very small, but it wasn't the hand moving. It was this droplet of water that was sliding by, and it just was at the right angle and gave that illusion. And the other one was because the mirror on the car, a lot of times a mirror will be flat, but when it gets to the edge, it becomes a wide angle so that you can see the blind spot if you're the driver. And what was happening was that the person lying on the floor, on the ground rather, as the car passed and the camera swept to the left, it gave the illusion that the person was standing up, but it wasn't. It was simply because it was transitioning to wide angle. And it gave it distorted the figure in a way that gave the illusion that they were standing up. I'm sorry for the long explanation, but I just want to emphasize that my point is never to tell an untruth. It's always to tell the objective truth.
Exactly.
And irrespective of which side benefits.
Exactly. I mean, we don't always get it right, but we make honest and sincere mistakes.
Yeah, exactly.
Jeanette says, thank you all for saving me from talk radio. Old Christian conservative who has seen so-called conservative go left. Very well said. Jeanette. Bob, thank you for that super chat. Sterile Nutria, thank you for that super chat. And Anamika says, India had its color revolution in 2014. Huge protests were held in India, which led to the installation of the pro-US government, i.e. Modi government in India. Indian-Russian relations have been strained ever since.
Well, they seem to be improving. And in Russia considers that it has a strategic partnership with India. And India seems to agree. So I take your point. I mean, Modi's government was more pro, or seemed to be balancing India in a more pro-American direction. But it seems to have adjusted its policies. I'm not sure how pro-American anyway it ever really was.
I don't think anybody's pro-American at this point. I think that people view, if they claim to be pro-American, it's because they figure that it's the smart move at this time. But nobody has any loyalty to the United States. Everybody's scared of the United States, especially after the moves it's made over the last 45 days.
Yes.
Farrell says, is there a credible case to make for war crimes prosecution of Western politicians?
Oh, yeah.
There's a credible case, but that doesn't mean it will happen. I mean, don't be any illusions about that.
And GEC says, according to Stalker Zone, journalists Pepe Escobar and George Webb report Akhmedov linked to Metabiota. Lots of claims of chemical attacks. Your thoughts?
I'm going to be extremely careful with these, unless I see some actual evidence and proper sourcing. I mean, these it seems to be rumors. I mean, I was saying right at the start of the program. I mean, we've all been flooded with. I'm sure you've had them, Gonzalo, all kinds of claims about what is below Azovstal, and I have to say, you're a person who is in films. I mean, it did remind me a little bit of, some of the Resident Evil films, with this vast bunker underneath. And I have to say, until I've seen it, I won't. I will wait, and I will wait and see. Mm-hmm.
Well, the most credible rumor that I've heard so far is that down at the basement of Azovstal, that's where they have the alien bodies, and it's the real alien bodies, and everybody's terrified of bringing them out. So
yeah.
It's ridiculous. But we'll find out. We'll find out
in due course.
Cactus Ray, thank you for that super sticker. Zuxi says, when ex-military are converted for urban use in your own country, i.e. the USA, are the majority unaware that they could be used on them?
Yes.
Well, yes.
Well, the whole Patriot Act thing, people warned the Americans that Patriot Act would eventually be turned on the Americans. And it was. And you have the color revolution. It worked so well in so many countries around the world that they finally used it on the United States in 2020. So see, this is what happens when you let your government run riot around the world. Eventually it comes back to bite you in the butt. Yeah, and that's what's happened.
Ihang says, only Trump has the fortitude to pursue election integrity in the form of an amendment, impeachment judges, and indicting the DOJ and corrupt state officials, i.e. Brad Raffensperger.
That's the problem. That's the problem. Katie Hobson. He doesn't have the stomach for it. He doesn't have the stomach for it. That's why it's so he's such a disappointment. He doesn't have the nerve. He wants to be liked.
Borkhan says, Viva freedom, Viva liberty, Viva God, Viva Putin, and Viva Chechens. Clean the house. Thank you for that. Super chat. Let's see, where am I here? Maddie G says, first time listener, $2 for Amuse Bush. Thank you very much for that. Radovid says, Antifa are the SA, Sturm Albelung of the neo-fascists. Radovid also sends us a super sticker. Thank you, Radovid, for that. Commander Crossfire says, pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
Yes.
No.
Yeah. No.
Which one, Alexander? Yes or no, Alexander?
Yes.
No for me. Definitely not.
Alexander,
no.
Gonzalo, yes.
Okay.
I'm no.
And you, Alex?
No. Well, what about the chat?
You are weak. You both are weak. Yes. Ham and
chat, are you? Yes.
And pineapple.
No. God, no. Z.
You all are Russian bots. That's
no. Yes, there's a yes. There's another yes. There's another yes. No. Yes. Dear God, no. I think there's more no's than yeses.
Russian
Italy
bots.
says no.
That's what you are.
There it is. Italy says no.
Yeah,
we got the experts. Even though now I'm seeing a lot of yeses. All right. Sem Soto says, what's your take on how Russia might react to Finland actually joining NATO?
I think this is a big issue. I think if Finland joins NATO, there will be further militarization in the Arctic, the north, these areas around Russia. And I think this is one of the things to say is that if you actually look at the map, and I haven't really discussed this is something which perhaps we can have a discussion with someone like Scott Ritter, but it seems to me that this is where it would be different between, say, having Ukraine in NATO and having Scandinavia in NATO. Scandinavia doesn't look very defendable to me. That's what I would say. So I think it would be another problem of over deployment, if I can say, over commitment.
I think it's stupid. The Russians are responding fairly forcefully. They've actually started moving equipment there. I don't think they're planning on doing anything, and, I mean, certainly not like an operation like this in Ukraine, but it's just raising tensions for no reason, to no purpose.
Agreed.
What do you gain? And
Well,
you gain nothing.
You gain nothing. I mean, can I just say? I mean, I not with Finland. Finland has been a sort of independent country, but Sweden, as anybody who is familiar with these things, has been very, very aligned with the Western powers,
Oh, yeah.
ever since the Second World War. I mean, Swedish neutrality has always been something of a fiction, anyway.
Hunger the Dye Merchant says, what are your thoughts on the death of Russian liberal Democrat Zhirinovsky? I think he was the only Lib Dem I could agree with.
Yeah. Well, it is the end of an era in terms of Russian politics. I think that his big moment actually was in 1993 when he won the parliamentary elections after after Yeltsin dispersed the Russian parliament and basically used force against it and imposed a new constitution. And the liberals around Yeltsin seemed to be preparing to make a clean sweep. They'd set up their party, Russia's Choice, which was going to take Russia in a decisively liberal direction. And then Zhirinovsky came along and he campaigned against that very bravely. And to everybody's astonishment and horror, he won the election. I mean, his party came top. And I think that was a decisive event in modern Russian history. It meant that the attempt to try and win Russia to win it over completely, conclusively, to put it, within the Western camp, to sort of colonize it in effect, that the Russian population was always going to resist it. So that was his big moment. I think he always remained an important force in Russian politics afterwards, but I don't feel that he ever quite recaptured that moment that he had in 1993.
Commander Crossfire says, Russia says peace talks deadlocked. Cry havoc.
Absolutely, yes. We've been saying that for several days. You go back to what there was something that Lavrov said a few days ago, that that the Ukrainians retracted on all the major concessions that they made in Istanbul, and the Russians are absolutely furious about this. One person who's going to be seriously embarrassed, by the way, is going to be Erdogan.
Life of Brian says, how do we make the neocons go away? Whom do they work for anyway?
I've decided that the only way that they're going to go away is if the United States suffers some kind of overwhelming defeat. And to the point where even the political system in Washington finally turns on them.
Johan, thank you for that super chat. Michael says, did you see the NBC interview about the U.S. intel community releasing info which was borderline or false?
Absolutely, I did, and I thought it was shocking.
Outrageous.
And once upon a time, everybody would have said it was shocking, and it would have been a big story. And today, people, nod their heads and they say, well, "How clever!" And I think it's disgraceful.
Yeah, because it's all lies. Then they're
lies.
just spouting lies to move people around with propaganda. It's not even true things that they are trying to emphasize so as to steer the reaction of the people. No, they're just outright lying about stuff.
Yes.
And so what is exactly the point? I mean, if I want my fiction, if I want my movies, I'll just get a Netflix subscription,
Yes.
and buy something off of Amazon. But
Yes.
this is bizarre. It's just insane, But
Absolutely. Bear in mind, it's not been done to deceive the Russians. It's been done to deceive us.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
exactly.
What's just shocking.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, that's the outrageous part. Yeah. It's because it serves no military purpose other than to manipulate the people into going in a direction that might be well off the cliff. I mean, it's clear that's off the cliff insofar as these sanctions are concerned. God, I hate the American leadership so much. Every day something comes up that makes me despise them a little bit more. When I heard about this NBC revelation, and they were so la-di-da about it, like, oh, it's no big deal. We just, lie to you so that, It's oh man, I'm sorry. I just find it so despicable,
No.
especially
I was.
with the background that I have, insofar as how I was raised to think of the Americans and how they would try to do the right thing and all this nonsense. It was all just a pack of lies, or it has become a pack of lies.
It's become a pack of lies.
Shady Lady, thank you for that super sticker. Chun Ling, thank you for that super sticker. Wolf Cruz says chemical weapons attack in Mariupol. Media reports.
Yeah, as I said, I think we've basically
that, yeah.
knocked that one on the head.
Yeah. Imre says, just arrived and Alex is wearing the colors of my country. The stream can't be that bad. No, the stream is great. And the colors of your country are great. Life of Brian says, given the FBI's Whitmer failure and the CNN embarrassment regarding the disinfo conference, has the press broken through its last credibility floor?
Well, I always think that, and then somebody still comes along and believes them. I mean, that's what's really so astonishing about this. You'd have thought that by now people would understand that what they're reading in newspapers, at least most of the time, is fiction. But somehow people still, trust the BBC, believe the Guardian, accept the Financial Times. It always amazes me, actually.
Ola says, thank you for being here. Thank you, Ola, for that. Navit, thank you for that super sticker. Kyle, thank you for that super sticker. Red Pill Scholar says, what happens to the U.S. military when the U.S. economy implodes? USSR style collapse? Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah. What will happen, this is my own view, is that there will be a massive period of turmoil in the United States. The military will hold together, as it did ultimately in Russia. And I think it will hold together better in the US than it did in Russia. And eventually, at the end of that period of turmoil, you will see a reconstruction, a process of reconstruction. That's what I believe.
SSS, thank you for that super chat. Tina, thank you for that super sticker. Wayne Hall says, you're wrong about Ukraine. The elites have too much invested and too many skeletons. Well, there are a lot of skeletons.
There are an awful lot of skeletons, and we don't deny that. If you mean that we're wrong, that they will allow this to end in a Russian victory, that they will try to prevent that. They're doing everything they can to stop that happening. That was what Josep Borrell was talking about, which Alex and I discussed at the start of the program. But the fact is, they may will a Ukrainian victory, but the means to achieve it are beyond them.
Frank, thank you for the super chat. General Meow, thank you for that super chat. And SSS says, NATO Article 5 is a bluff. Americans won't risk the cities bombed if Russia attacks Poland.
I've heard lots of people say that, but I wouldn't want to test it. I wouldn't want to test the proposition. And besides which, I hope we don't get into a situation where the Russians bomb Poland. Why would they do that at the moment?
Okay, let's see here. Where am I? Hermes says an election in Australia has been called for May 21st, and it is very likely that Scott Morrison will lose the election. Yeah. Client state status won't change.
I agree with that. I completely agree. The only thing that might change, and I say might, and that's a very heavily qualified might, is I was talking to an Australian lawyer on a program about Julian Assange that we did on Consortium News, and he thought that a new government might be a little bit more willing to exert itself on Assange's behalf. Well, we'll see.
Emilio says, hello guys, have you seen the position of the Mexican president bashing on the UN for breaking the bridges of negotiation? He also insists in keeping Russia as a friend, and the Americans are not happy.
I know they're not happy, absolutely. Gonzalo, any thoughts about Obrador?
I think that the Americans right now have bigger fish to fry. Yeah. And so they're not going to be dealing with Mexico right now, because also, if they turn their attention to Mexico, then they have to talk about the lack of a border with Mexico. And that's something, a conversation that the Biden administration does not want to have. And so I think that they will basically just grit their teeth and allow the Mexicans to say whatever they want and just studiously ignore the Mexicans because of the border issue. And because, as I said, they have so much to deal with their European partners, vassals, that, dealing with the Mexicans on top of that is just too many fish to fry at this particular moment.
Yeah.
Michael Valles says, when do you think Lindsey Graham and his cohorts would be politically punished for their inciting Ukraine and AZIs?
Never.
Never.
Never. I agree. Yeah. The VB says, thanks for all your time. Did you talk about Canada training the Azov?
Yes,
Yes.
Alex mentioned it. We only mentioned it in passing.
They've been doing it for a while,
absolutely,
but
yeah, absolutely.
we have photos now. The hypocrisy has to do with the fact that Trudeau flipped out when one NAZI flag showed up at the Freedom Convoy.
I know.
And he flipped out. Meanwhile, they're training whole battalions.
I know.
So
yeah, and the NAZI flag that appeared in the convoy was agent provocateur. It was clear.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Completely agree with that.
Satch says, will NATO be weaker after this fiasco?
I think ultimately, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Rich says, Italy's second biggest industrial base in West Europe, machine tool builders, automotive firms, transport equipment, will have these industries decimated.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. I saw that Mario Draghi now has the new solution to Italy's problems with energy. He's going to go to Algeria and buy more gas from the Algerians.
That's true.
I'm really
That's
not
true.
making
That's
this
true.
up, but it's true. It's absolutely true. He's going to Algeria. He's going to Algiers. Algeria, as I understand it, has no capacity to increase production of gas. But that's his great solution.
That's his plan.
That's
Ryan Winter says Switzerland's neutrality has been damaged by the participation in the sanctions war. Sadly, we didn't have the courage to stand up to Brussels, and it's a shame because we owe the Russian people gratitude. They saved us twice.
Yeah.
Well, in Switzerland, it's a special case. I have some business in Switzerland. I go there pretty much every year, at least a couple of times a year. And the Swiss really hate the Russians because the Russians, as a people, kind of like have Switzerland's number. They recognize that what the Swiss love above everything is money. And so they throw money. The Russians who go to Switzerland throw money at them and treat them like dirt, treat them like prostitutes. I mean, like in a very ugly way. And the Swiss have had to deal with this situation for 30 years. And you could blame both sides or one side or the other side, doesn't matter. The animosity of the Swiss establishment towards the Russians, unfortunately, is a very real thing. And so it's kind of like not surprising that they took this opportunity to lash out at the Russians and perhaps push them out of their country, by way of the sanctions, and that's my feeling. And look, I don't have any kind of insight insofar as like official insight, but it's just a feeling, a sense, because I have seen in restaurants, which many times is the most indicative, a great place. Taxi drivers and restaurants. You always want to pay attention to the waiter and the taxi driver. They can tell you a lot. And they kind of like hate the Russians, but they like their money. And now it's a good way to just cut ties. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I have to say, I still think it's a huge mistake.
I agree.
By Switzerland. I mean, I think it's a huge mistake. I think Switzerland's whole success since the Congress of Vienna back in 1815 is precisely its adherence to neutrality. And I think to compromise it in this way, to damage it in this way, whatever your visceral feelings about Russians may be, and whatever justification there might be for that, it is going to do you very great long-term damage. But there we are. They did it.
Gela says USA still buys Russia oil. What do you say about that?
Not surprised.
Not surprised.
Perhaps we should be doing the same.
Yeah.
In Britain, I was telling Alex right at the start of the program that there's a report in my area of London that gas stations are running out of petrol. And people
I'm sorry.
people are talking about where you can find petrol. I don't know how serious a problem it is, but it's not got into the media yet. But certainly people are exchanging information about it.
Actually, I suspect that they will suppress that information in the press, in the media.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
Sparky says it's morning in Russia. Thank you, Sparky, for that. Carol, thank you for
that. Yes.
It is, yeah. Carol, thank you for the super sticker. Illuminated Best Choice says, no, thank you for the super sticker as well. Verdi, thank you for the super sticker. Pon Yellow says, I am a Taiwanese. Any suggestions?
Any suggestions? I have no suggestions. I mean, I would suggest if I was addressing the Taiwanese government, I would say, look what's happening to Ukraine. Don't do what Ukraine did. Make peace with China. I mean, it's in your interests. I mean, again, I don't think that the Chinese are that preferred solution would be to march into Taiwan. And I think that the better thing to do is not to provoke the Chinese, but to work with them and to try to find some kind of modus vivendi with them. And I think that the space to do that is still there. And if you want to see what the disaster is well, look at Ukraine.
Exactly right. I think that also the Taiwanese should make it a point to emphasize to the American not to force their hand, because I think that's what the Americans are going to do, is force their hand, and perhaps unilaterally against the Taiwanese wishes, they might recognize Taiwan's independence. Because they're so foolish in America. Yes. That's the thing, that they're just so foolish.
Yes.
Heyman says Sri Lanka and Pakistan is the target of China or India.
I don't know enough to say, really. Yeah, I should say India more probably, yes. But I mean, I'm not going to debate that too much, because as I said, I'm not sure I know the answers. I can give a authoritative answer there.
Spectre in the Air says, just tuned in, only 4 hours late. Please keep up the great work, Gonzalo. Please stay safe. Love your commentary.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We all do that. We all do.
We all do, absolutely. Yep. Miss Texas G says, can you speak about Japan, South Korea, Indonesia as it pertains to Ukraine?
Indonesia refuses to support sanctions, won't vote against Russia in the General Assembly, is basically taking very similar line to India. And of course, it's a rising power, and it's one that the United States has looked to for support. Japan has imposed sanctions on Russia, takes openly a very strong line on Russia, but still cooperates with Russia in energy projects in Russia's Far East. South Korea is even less enthusiastic than the other two, rather than Japan is. On the one hand, it still sides with the US because obviously they're allies, but it has tried to limit the damage to its relations with Russia as much as possible.
Christopher Adhan says, U.S. inflation at 17% per shadowstates.com.
Yeah, we discussed that.
17%. Nick Beardian says, BBC is now reporting that Russians might be using chemical weapons. The West is really pushing the war machine, isn't it? The Western powers are a joke.
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely correct. I mean, as I said, I think that is an absurd story, actually. I don't think there's any foundation to it. But the British are pushing it very hard.
Max says, transistors per centimeter squared determines whether a chip with enough transistors for current computational needs can also keep under practical power constraints.
I'm not going to discuss those sorts of things. That's beyond my knowledge.
Jinsha says, special interests, ringmasters, Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, Fidelity, worth trillions, global financial economic control over nations, politicians, wars, Ukraine, etc. Any thoughts? Wow.
Well, that's an enormous question. Gonzalo, do you want to start? I mean,
true.
I'd say, well, okay, let's say true.
I think that if we're heading for a hyperinflationary crash, and a full-on smash of the whole globalist economy, a lot of these names are going to go the way of the dodo. And even the ones who have positioned themselves very cleverly, like, for instance, I always get them confused. Everybody gets them confused. Blackstone and BlackRock, that was buying up residential properties because they saw the writing on the wall insofar as the dollar crashing. Ditto with Bill Gates. A lot of people think that Bill Gates bought all that farmland and became the biggest owner of American farmland. because he has some weird, scheme for genetically modified whatever. But no, it was a hedge against inflation. It's been known that the dollar is going to crash for a while by the more sophisticated money, and that's why they got into property and real estate and all the rest. But so many companies, so many great fortunes are based on debt and based on overvaluation of assets. I mean, like take Tesla, for instance. Tesla does not make money off of its cars. It makes money off of the arbitrage of the carbon credits. That's the real source of its money and its profitability. The cars themselves actually lose them money. But Tesla right now is, I forget if it's the largest capitalized company in the world, or one of the largest. It's insane and ridiculous. It should not be valued that much, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But it's because of the overall overvaluation of so many assets. And so when you have a hyperinflationary crash, paradoxically, the prices of commodities rise, the prices of a whole bunch of goods and services rise astronomically, but not only the value of assets, but sometimes even the nominal price of assets collapses as people start to exit them and start to get into hard assets being tangible assets like physical commodities, like real estate and all the rest of it. And you look at, I've done a lot of research on this topic, and that's why I can speak with some measure of knowledge about it. Many times the stock markets will collapse even as the currency is inflating away. I mean, you would think that at least, the stock prices would stay even as the inflation rose of that currency, whatever the currency denominated those stock prices, right? But no, the stock prices go down. They deflate. And so it's a remarkable situation. And what happens is that those people who are owners of these assets, be it stock or bonds, they get hammered. They get annihilated, and once great fortunes vanish, and just like that. Yeah.
Stan Littman says, G. Washington wrote, Manifest Destiny was the conquest of China. Look at the seal of the speaker, eagle owning the world.
Okay.
Rich says, T-34 was the most manufactured tank of the World War II. Same was Ilyushin II fighter bomber, the most manufactured aircraft of World War II. This is Russian manufacturing.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I know, it's absolutely true. And I mean, the Russians, say it straightforwardly, one thing they're always very good at is manufacturing weapons. It's one thing they're always been good at. I mean, and designing, building them in large numbers.
VB says, is that tank video the fires on a group of people circulating on social media real?
Yes.
Yeah, is that the Ukrainian fighting on the Ukrainian? That video?
No, it wasn't. It was actually Russian firing on Ukrainian.
Oh, Russia. Okay, yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
No,
okay.
It was a horrifying video, and it's absolutely true. I saw the video of the aftermath. No question that it was a video of that aftermath of that incident. No question.
Okay, didn't see it.
And they were taking selfies. The morons. They weren't paying attention, and a Russian tank basically just drove right up to them. And it's clear too that the Russian driver or the Russian tank crew didn't realize that the people standing there were Ukrainian. Okay, it was both sides didn't realize who the other was. Right. And then obviously the Russian tank crew realized, holy cow, we just stumbled on these guys, and the horrifying incident. Yes, that's absolutely true. It happened.
Wow. Divine Insurgent says, sent a super chat on March 25th during the show. You did not read it. I like your content analysis, but you need to own this. Mistake or deliberate. I actually think we read that, Divine Insurgent. If I'm not mistaken, it was the last super chat, if I'm not mistaken. And we read that on the next Q&A. But I mean, it wasn't deliberate, that's for sure.
No, it certainly wasn't.
Yeah, it was a mistake, if anything. But if you put your question in the chat right now, I'll read it. I just don't remember at all. But I think if it was one of those super chats at the end of the show, because sometimes we press then stream, and then for like 2 minutes, another super chat comes in and we have no way to read it. But just throw it into the chat and we'll read it. Bauke says Lavrov yesterday said this is a war to end U.S. hegemony.
Yes, he did.
He did say
Very,
that.
very powerful statements that he made, actually.
Elena Diaz
Well,
says
it's pleasing. It's a relief to finally masks off, because clearly we're going into a war between two modes of civilization, and I think it's frankly a relief that we're finally just taking off the masks and facing one another, and just slugging it out. That's
agree.
my thinking.
Yeah, I agree.
Lana A. Zankova says Swiss hating Russians that come to Switzerland, those Russians who throw money to people abroad are not considered Russians by Russians themselves.
There is a lot of truth to this, actually. I've come across this also in Germany, and of course in Britain it's even much worse, because of course the Russians in Britain, the London-grad Russians are just frankly people that the Russians in Russia absolutely despise. There's even been a TV series in Russia about London grad, apparently.
Oh, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I was in Russia
like,
when they were actually showing it. It was the little ghastly people who end up here.
Yeah, I can speak as a Chilean that there are many Chileans in Sweden and Denmark, and we Chileans are horrified by them because we've heard absolutely horrible stories, and we think that they are the absolute dregs of our own society, and we are horrified when we are confused as being, just because we share a flag doesn't mean that we share anything else, because they really are just horrible people.
Yes.
And that unfortunately happens everywhere, it seems.
I'm afraid it does, yeah.
DJC, will we see fighting in the Balkans again soon? Hopefully not.
Yes. I hope not very
not.
soon.
Elena Diaz says CCP back is what Wang Yi meant about happening of a century. CCP back is what Wang Yi meant about happening of a century. 30th December 2022, 100 years, Soviet Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, original states.
I see. Yes, thank you for that. That goes back to a point that came up in a previous live stream, was that Wang Yi was saying that events are changing faster than they've changed in an entire century, and I was just trying to work out what he was referring to, and I thought it might be to the emergence of the dollar as the new global currency. But I accept your correction. I'm sure, in fact, that he was referring to the foundation of the Chinese Communist Party, which was in the early 1920s.
Celeste Chang says Madeleine Albright said in a 60 Minutes interview that it is worthy, the war in Iraq killing 500,000 children.
Yeah, absolutely, she did. And that, by the way, is the sentiments of neocons. I mean, to be under no illusion. I mean, Madeleine Albright tried to walk it back later and rationalize what she said, but fundamentally, that is how they think.
There's another famous video of Madeleine Albright when she was in the Czech Republic signing some books, and some Serbians came in and heckled her basically. And she started screaming at them, disgusting Serbs or something like that. There's so much hatred in these people. That's the thing that I always find remarkable. Just a hatred and resentment that is completely racial. I mean, racist in the way that people throw around so casually. But in this case, it's literally they just hate certain races and they hate them with a passion. Serbs, Russians, it's just bizarre. And if anybody's interested, find that Madeleine Albright video. It's quite famous, where she calls them. I do believe she calls them disgusting Serbs. Yeah.
Oh, dear goodness. I'm going to say this. I spent hours reading these horrifying things that these people churn out in all their various magazines and websites and things. And one of the things that has always struck me is that there is never any concern about the human cost. You never see it. They never worry about that.
Sparky says, like Putin, Modi is anti-globalist. True.
I hear that. I mean, I'd like to know more about Modi. I mean, certainly things have not turned out, I'm sure, as the Americans expected.
Tim Gibson says Fox is claiming nobody believes the NAZI thing in Ukraine. Fox has done a terrible job of Ukraine.
Well, can I just say, Fox is wrong. Not about whether or not it exists, but whether about people believe it. Lots of people believe it because it's true.
Yeah.
Roman, thank you for that super sticker. Sterile Neutrino says, remember when the White House, Alberto Gonzalez and Andrew Card bullied John Ashcroft in the hospital to sign the Patriot Act in March 2003?
Yeah. Vaguely remember it. Yeah.
Sparky says, but a Greek in Canada invented Hawaiian pizza. That's true. That is true. What Wasapista says, slice of pizza, pineapple optional. Well, Fox Drake says, Tom's River, New Jersey, USA, possible Brooklyn subway terror attack bomb. 17 wounded, shots fired, false flag. MSM field day thoughts. Don't trust government or MSM.
No, we need to get. I need to get a handle on this story. Some big incident has happened. It sounds like a terrible
terror attack in New York. Yeah.
I will wait and see what it's all about. I mean, I say wait and see. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of news pouring out, but I haven't yet got it.
LK says, question for Gonzalo: should Russians return Polish and Hungarian territories of Ukraine, possibly dividing NATO?
Yeah, I think that would be the smart move. I've advocated this before, or not advocated. That would be the incorrect word. I had speculated that this would be the course of action that Putin and the Kremlin would take moving forward, because it would be the perfect way. They dangle Lviv in front of Polish eyes, and all of a sudden Poland would want Lviv very badly for historical reasons of their own, and this would certainly split NATO and the EU, and it would be to Russia's benefit, and it would cause all kinds of tensions, and this would be to the benefit of the Russians, and Lviv as a city and as a region, it's beautiful and all the rest of it, but it is not for the Russians. It's not make or break in any stretch of the imagination. If they lose it, they're not going to really care.
I agree.
So yeah, and also Lviv will likely become the hotbed of any kind of Ukrainian nationalism. And so if they punt it to the Poles, forgive the pun, or the alliteration, it would be to the Russians' benefit. They wouldn't have to deal with that mess. It would be the Poles' problem. Again, sorry for the alliteration.
Mark, welcome to the drag community. Nicola says, do you think Biden buys all the camo shirts for Zelensky, as he looks like a hard man? I wouldn't surprise me. Vera Nuda, thank you for that super chat. Skipster says, just wanted to say hello, Alexander Gonzalo. Thanks for the great discussion and stream. Thank you for that. Lava Javales says, I'm not a strategist, but if Russia controls all ports and airfields, that would be checkmate. Am I right?
I think you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think you're absolutely
Maxim
right.
says, truth has a pro-Russian bias these days. Elena Diaz says, it seems that Russia has forgotten Finland's role in the siege of Leningrad. Isn't it any mechanism in place so that this doesn't happen again?
The Russians have absolutely not forgotten Finland's role in the siege of Leningrad. And I mean, obviously, they would not be happy if Finland were to join NATO. But I think that the Russians are in a far more powerful position militarily today than they were back in the 1940s when that siege happened. So I think that the reality is, if you crossed the border from Finland to Russia, you go to the railway sites. The reality is, I would say it's not a case of Helsinki being close to St. Petersburg. It's much more the case of St. Petersburg being close to Helsinki. I mean, the distances in some respects, say to a British or a Greek may appear big, but the reality is it's Russia that is the overwhelming presence in this part of the world.
John Lace, thank you for that super chat. Propaganda Sarah says, our democratically elected politicians are acting against our interests and are traitors to the people and should be prosecuted as such. Well said. Zeshan, thank you for that super chat. Young Boy Pete's, thank you for that super sticker. Edwin says, will the Quad fall apart now that India won't sanction Russia?
I do wonder, actually. I wonder how real the Quad is.
Is the Quad
I
even?
think, I think that it's starting to look shaky. There's supposed to be a Quad summit coming, but after the Biden Modi talk, virtual summit meeting, I really do wonder how strong the Quad really is.
Zukaki says, gentlemen, notice China signed a trade deal with Spain. The China delegation have meetings with Germany and Britain. Your thoughts, please.
Now, the Chinese will continue to push for their economic penetration in Europe for the time being. But of course, they are also making it extremely clear to the Europeans that from their point of view, they're not prepared to sanction Russia. They're not prepared to bend to European concerns, and they're prepared to trade with countries like Germany and Spain on their own terms, on China's terms.
Alexandru says, as the food prices will rise across the world due to the war, the sanctions and its consequences, how will this affect African countries? The Arabian Spring was triggered with the rise in food prices.
It's going to cause enormous trouble. It's going to cause great hardship right across Africa and in many other places. And it's very, very worrying and very, very sad.
CSK,
yeah, I think that there will be millions of dead from famine and the migration crisis that we are going to see from Africa and the Middle East due to food shortages. I mean, if we thought the ones in 2015 were bad, this is going to be magnitudes. That's my thinking at this point.
I'm afraid you're right.
CSK, thank you for that super sticker. Russell Hall says, China wants Taiwan itself, not peace with Taiwan.
Yeah.
Well, maybe, yeah, I accept that. But if you're Taiwan, I would have said negotiate now when you still got you're still in a position to negotiate, rather than put yourself in a position where the Chinese ultimately dictate terms, or worse still, you end up in a war, which is going to be utterly disastrous for you. That's what I think, anyway.
Tommy says, love and peace from... God, I can't see those flags. I think that's, I can't make it out. I can make out Ukraine, Russia. I think that's Slovenia, and Serbia, I guess. Thank you for that. Thank you for that super sticker, Lady Yelder. Thank you for that super sticker, Ox V. Kickjack says, Alex, this has been bugging me for a while. You got to pick one of those oranges from a sidewalk tree and take a bite at the end of a video. Very sick if I eat one of those oranges.
They're absolutely terrible oranges. You don't want
terrible oranges.
You don't want to eat them.
They
absolutely.
They can't be real oranges, right? That's what Kickjack says. No, they're real, but
they're real enough. But they're not
real enough. They're not for eating. Yeah. Heyman says, why seek to win battles when the war has been lost yesterday? We are forced to march on Moscow and bluff Beijing. Talk about shaping the battlefield.
Well, indeed, yeah. I think it's a very good point.
SD, thank you for that super. SD, thank you for that super sticker. Spectre in the air says, I missed this. Sorry. What are your thoughts about globalism, fate versus nationalism? Sick of globalists and neocons. Nationalism is not an evil. Also, many are horrified with what has been done in our name.
Of course, it's not an evil. I mean, this is an absurd thing. I mean, being a nationalist, being a patriot, being concerned for your country is, in fact, emphatically not an evil. The way that word has been, falsely labeled, debased, is just terrible, actually.
Such Alexa says, well,
by the way,
By
the way, sorry to cut in. I feel the same about globalism. Yeah. Globalism, conceptually, is potentially a very good thing. And when applied judiciously, wisely, it can prevent famines. It can improve the living conditions of millions and billions of people, really. It's the rapaciousness of it. Everything in moderation. to follow Epictetus's turn of phrase.
Yeah.
And this is the problem with nationalism, which we are seeing the extreme nationalism here in Ukraine, or extreme globalism from the United States. These are not inherently negative concepts. It's the way that they are being applied and given free rein to go to the extremes. That's the problem.
Yes.
Sancho Relaxo says, will Canada bring the Alberta tar sands back online because of all of this, even with the new carbon tax passed in this week's budget?
You'd think so. I mean, this ought to be the sort of thing they could be doing. But the reality is that there still seems to be enormous resistance from, the usual people to doing anything like that.
Carl Maches says Gonzalo is himself racist. He was just calling people horrible names. Gonzalo, did you call people horrible names?
No.
Thank you for that super chat. Carrie Pingu says, how many are the Azov battalion and how do you know?
I don't know. Many more than just than you'd see in a battalion. That's obvious. But how many of them there are, I have no idea. Gonzalo?
No, as I understand it, that there were like 15,000 hardcore that had their own independent unit, and that's basically in Mariupol. Mariupol was their base of operations, and that's what I understand. But beyond that, I do know that a lot of the other paramilitary groups were absorbed into the Ukrainian military in 2014, and they seem to have been extremely ideological and have twisted a lot of people within the Ukrainian armed forces into this radically extreme ideology of theirs. Numbers, I think that there are better people than I who would have knowledge of that. I think that actually the Russians are going to be the ones who really, dissect and give a complete autopsy on that particular issue. It'll be in their interest, and I would trust their figures because they're going to go out of their way to be honest about it, so that there's no because they realize that honesty is many times in many circumstances politically the best policy. And you see it with the Ministry of Defense's daily briefings, how they're always very truthful and accurate. If they don't want to mention something, they just don't talk about it. But whatever they say, it's true. And so I think that they're going to be the ones who will give the best dissection of that whole movement.
Yes, I agree with that.
DZ Jerica, thank you for that super chat. Simi says Russia lifted the rug on the ghastly West. Thank you for that. Ryan said there's a Suvorov monument in Switzerland. Russian cadets hold a parade every year, and many Swiss attend happily.
Right, okay. Gosh. Suvorov marched the Russian army across the Swiss Alps during the Napoleonic Wars in, I think it was the 1790s. I mean, I'm not absolutely sure of this. Military history was never my great thing.
Balke says, I just walked my dog, made coffee, rewrote history, World War II, and you are all still on here live streaming. Thank you for that, Balke. Louis Tsang, thank you for that super sticker. Mike Pepper says, yes, just got in. Can you please start again? Lady Cosmica says, have another donation. Hopefully by the time you read this, it will have been over 5 hours and broken the record for the longest Duran stream. Thank you for that. Ed, let's see. Carl Mache says, I am not Carl. I am a female with a female body parts. Make a joke of racism, Alex, at your own soul's peril. I don't understand.
No,
that one. Carl Akari. Oh, I thought it said Carl. I wasn't making fun of you. I thought it said Carl. I've been in front of the computer for 5 hours, so it gets a little difficult reading after 5 hours. It
absolutely does. Yeah.
No, I wasn't making fun of your name, Kari. I just couldn't read it. Darren says, like we saw, ISIS CIA spawn breed ISISK. Do you think Azov Battalion will breed Azov Battalion Junior?
Oh yeah, they'll be around. This thing will continue for a long time, and of course, there's so many arms now being flooded to them that the progeny will be creating trouble in many places for a long time. That I'm absolutely certain of.
And Joy Larson says, "Blessed Lent, praying for Russia."
Yeah.
Thank
Of
you
course,
for
the
that.
Russian Lent is, well, we are in Lent actually.
20
Yeah,
next.
absolutely.
Yeah, well, we're in the Lent, but we have
Yes.
some
Yes.
more. That's everything, guys.
Wow.
I couldn't really get
Gosh.
to locals as much. I was typing into locals some stuff, but I couldn't get to a lot of the locals.
yeah.
But Alexander, you have a dedicated live stream tomorrow on locals.
I
correct?
certainly do. So, well, everybody on locals, please join me then, and we'll have a great live stream too.
Gonzalo, how are you doing over there? You holding up?
I'm doing fine. I'm just waiting for you guys to end it because I just want to say a couple of private things, but I'm
Okay.
perfectly fine. So
Okay,
yeah.
so any final
and-
thoughts, guys, as we sign off for today? I think we covered
Well,
a ton of ground.
A ton of ground, but I think we've had a big news today, which was Putin coming out. I mean, he's been somewhat invisible for a couple of days. We were saying yesterday on the video that we did yesterday, Alex, that it's time for him to come and speak
and
out.
Yeah.
What he's done.
I remember that, and it was
And
like
he came out.
magic.
Yeah.
He might be listening to you guys. Have you ever considered that?
I can't believe it, to be honest.
That would make us. Would that make us Putin apologists, Gonzalo? Or if he's
Well, no,
listening to
you'd
us?
be like the puppet masters behind Putin.
We're the people behind. Can you imagine that?
I'm sure Mr. Putin can make his own decisions without our advice. Actually.
If that was the case, we would know a lot more about what his plans are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, what we're leading on. Jincha says, "Must be a Duran record." Chat stream. Have a cup of coffee, tea.
We will certainly do that.
Thank you. And Lady Cosmica says, "You can't leave until the hour at least." No, I don't think we'll be able to last.
I don't think we'll be able to last that long.
River of Life, thank you for that super sticker. Okay, we're done. I'm fried. I'm absolutely fried. Invite George Galloway with Gonzalo. It will be a hit. We would love to have George Galloway. Sure. Gonzalo, would you like? Do you follow George Galloway?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll put him in touch with you guys because he's a great guy. He's really smart and just all kinds of interesting. And you guys, you'd get a lot out of it. I'll reach out to him and try to make that happen for you guys. I should have thought about it before. I'm sorry about that.
I forgot that you were on his show. Yeah. We have a final super chat from Peter. This is the last one. Far-fetched theory. Zelensky is a dual citizen. Ukraine, Israel. He respects Ukro-fascists whose forefathers aided Reich in leading Ukraine Jews to death. Zelensky wants to send Nazis to death against Bear. He knew he would win. Malice or stupidity.
No, I think that's too complicated for me. I think this is somebody. I think Gonzalo has described him extremely well. Somebody whose strings are pulled by other people. I don't think he's the kind of person.
I don't think he could figure that out. Yeah, I think Gonzalo has him pegged. Yeah. Class Analysis says, would love to see a collaboration with Caleb Maupin.
Okay.
He was on RT. He's on RT. Yes.
RT,
Caleb,
okay.
he does good work. Lady Cosmica says, refuse to let you leave. And Darren says, Joe Rogan should get you guys on his show.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, actually, yeah. You guys.
I think he only does in person, though, doesn't he?
Huh?
Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I think he only does in person. The only person he's ever done remote was Snowden.
Yeah. All right. Okay. We're ending this. This. We went for 4 hours and 46 minutes. Thank you to everybody on Odyssey, on Rumble, on YouTube, and our awesome Duran community, Duran.locals.com. Alexander's going to be doing a live there tomorrow at 7 p.m. London time.
Yeah. So before we go,
Yes.
I just, last thing I forgot. See, during all this time here that I've been, just underground and all that, I've just been doing some writing. I have this treatise on the life cycle of butterflies. It's only 700 pages. Do you mind if I start reading it to you now? Just before we go? Come on, you'll get some super chats.
Lady Cosmica is gonna say yes because she wants us to break the record. But no, Lady Cosmica, we are not. No more.
We're not. Yeah.
Next stream, Gonzalo. Next stream.
You always say next stream.
All right. Let's end it there. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Take care and see you soon.
Yeah.
And thank you to our moderators, to our awesome moderators. I'll never forget the great work that the moderators do. Spartan Warrior Queen, Lady Cosmica, Valies, Reckless Abandon, Zariel, Alan Watson, GEC 812. Who else? I think that's everybody, but thank you to our moderators. Valies, how could I ever? Valies, of course, the great Valies. Thank you, moderators. Take care.